Hey Caleb, thank you for that 10 months. Sergeant O'Neill, hey guys, how's it going? Hey Bagheera, hey Hitman. Hey Snickedonald. All right. Not too far in the middle of nowhere. Well, someone has been playing off stream and not been kidnapped for once. Listen, I have played off stream plenty and not been kidnapped, okay? Bagheera, I don't need your sass. What's the latest on Mitchell? A few days behind. Not a whole lot. Once again, it sounded a lot less snarky in my head. I'm here to give you a hard time. I mean, yeah. It's part of the entertainment. That's what I'm gonna go with. Hey, let me know if my voice is clipping. I'm not using my noise gate in GoXLR. I'm using it in OBS. You sound perfect since you started. That's good. Hey, did you map? Excuse me. Sorry, random dude. Of course, I just get started and then I'm getting messaged, dinner, come get dinner. So I'm gonna go down to the Blackwater Sheriff's Office and grab my dinner. I'm sorry, guys. I'm the worst. I'm a terrible streamer, I know. I just have to go grab it, Kryptonic. Don't give me that look and make me feel worse. My room is probably gonna get so hot. Hey, Washington, where's that cool weather we had for like 2 days? Can we have it back? I went to the beach, Caleb. I actually have a tan on my feet from my sandals. If you're doing well, I ended up getting pulled in a patrol out west and missed a chance to speak with Michael, but hopefully tomorrow, I guess. I was unable to find anyone, unfortunately. I do have all the bachelors in place. It's getting closer and closer to the event, and I would rather not be scrambling around. If you would be so kind enough to be the bachelorette, that would be great. Please let me know, Max. Yeah, I'm sure he looked super hard. Guys, listen. It's good RP, okay? It's funny. It's hilarious. Dolphy just kneeling before Lark back there? Now they're knocking at my door. Time to eat, time to eat. What day is it? Is it Saturday, Sunday? I can't remember. I should be able to make it. I just have to plan it because it's like at 8 p.m. EST, so that's 5 p.m. for me. Wolf Chow? Not have a run-in with Creed. I was accosted by wolves outside a painted sky. They ran me off a cliff and I didn't really get a chance to fight, but I'm alive. I'm not as unscathed as I'd like to be. Oh, there was a fight out with... It's Friday? Wait, is it tomorrow? Shootout in Annesburg with Creed. Suspension? What? So for like 2 days? Oh, Friday is the community WildRP event. Yeah, that's what I was asking about, Crip. Oh my goodness, so much. Wanted Tommy Two Snakes. Jack Crow stabs Jack Thompson. Okay. Yeah, community meeting. I'll try and stream it. That's tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try and restream it. Yeah, that'll be exciting stuff. I'll try and restream it tomorrow. If I don't have other obligations. Well, I was talking about an event on server. Everybody else was talking about the community event. Okay, I gotta run grab dinner before I get yelled at more. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be back. I'm sorry to hear that, folk. Rough. I have tacos. Ha. Creed in custody. A group left Emmett of Creed's crew and Strawberry injured. Creed handed himself in, along with at least Clara and some others. Wonder if they have my gun! Taco Thursday? Why did he hand himself in? That's what's puzzling. I guess so. A little bit. A little bit much. A little heavy-handed on the habanero sauce there. That's alright. That's good. This really is where I should watch some clips while I'm trying to eat. Yeah, I got you, folk. Anyone got clips? All right.
Ready?
Aye.
Okay, you're going to be going on race. 3, 2, 1, and race.
Not old. I haven't had that pink outfit for a while.
All right, and we have Saffron Mitchell with 13.72.
Ooh, snap!
Which is our new record holder.
I hate you so much. What the fuck?
Alright, tough competition.
What's your name? I would like to know your name before I beat your ass.
Name's LJ. Don't forget it.
Yeah, well, LJ, I'm about to give you a lesson.
He's a vigilante who has rat philosophy.
Don't mess with a man's mustache.
Once I get you on the ground, I'm ripping that mustache right off.
All right. We'll
Oh,
see
come
about
on. I'll give you the first punch.
that. You're that cocky, huh?
Yeah, I'm that cocky, old
yeah?
man. Go ahead. I'm sticking my jaw out for you. Give me the first punch.
No problem. Catch this, asshole.
Oh my god.
doing? You trying to kill him?
Alright. Don't stop. Back up. Give him fucking back the fuck up. Oh, he sucker punched me.
He asked me.
You know what? I mostly get telegrams from criminals. It's such a
I wonder
strange
why.
phenomenon.
Maybe you draw the criminals yourself.
Sam, look, if
I
you'd
mean, I
be
would
good
hope
for like
so.
a
It's
whole
like a
3
Venus
weeks,
flytrap.
you and Mitchell can go on a date.
What?
What are you, her father?
Excuse me? Excuse?
That was obviously a
cheater.
joke.
How on earth is that supposed to be,
You
Willard?
answer your own
Jesus,
date.
that was a joke.
I need to put this down so that I can, you know, I'm not going to miss this time.
No,
Spill that
no
coffee in
deputy
his
on
face.
deputy violence. All right, just keep it. Ah!
Well deserved.
Oh,
God, I wish that was me. Never mind.
hey, you know, Sam, you could take Weller on a date here. I'm sure he needs it.
Yeah, a date where only one of us come back.
Jesus Christ.
Is that a threat?
He's just angry because
I
he
never
fucked
said
up
that.
bridge jump.
I'm just pulling your leash.
Are going to be placed under arrest for disobeying
Oh,
law
no.
order.
What? I didn't do anything.
You're not complying. So,
I am following your orders.
alright, who's behind me? Can someone else?
Yeah, Carmen.
Would you please cuff him?
What is?
Yeah, sir,
Alfonso?
sir,
Alright, nope, stop him. He's fleeing.
sir.
This way. Stop before you go off a cliff again. Ah! Son?
Great job.
Oh no! Well, that didn't work out.
Here's the law warning you. To stop next week. Alright? Don't make me fucking shoot you now. Alright? You just killed a fucking turkey. Killed an animal. I put it on the fucking charge sheet. Think about what you're doing, love.
He got hit by the slippy rocks up here.
You just killed a turkey and put that on the charge sheet.
That'll wake you up.
Oh no.
Well, I'm not sleepy really. I'm just tired. Didn't say Ryder.
Yeah.
Wait, I did say Ryder.
He fucking turned into me. He actually turned and beelined it for me.
I just sort of did a barrel race and turn around him.
Yeah, headphone warning coming up, guys.
That scream though.
Yeah, are we there yet, Mitchell?
What's even funnier is Vert's analysis of this one. Like, oh look, she's feeling good right here. Oh yeah, that rock didn't stand a chance.
You can go back to Blackwater if you need.
I was going on my way to San Antonio. That's why he's packed.
If you need.
I was going on my way to San Antonio.
You can go back to Blackwater if you need. You can go back to Blackwater if you need. Go back to Blackwater if you need. Back to Blackwater if you need. Blackwater if you need. Blackwater if you need. If you need. If you need. If you need. Need.
I was going on my way to San Antonio. That's why he's packed.
I'm so easily entertained.
All right.
You're not closing your eyes.
I'm closing my eyes.
All right.
Wait, how long am I supposed to wait?
Back when Boyd pretended to care about Saffron.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now it's getting dark. Oh. Bagheera. So much. I hate that. I hate myself
That's
for
right.
that. I'm
That's
ashamed.
right.
I'm ashamed of myself. I'm so ashamed of
Oh,
myself.
I'm so glad you're looking on the horizon
I'm
for all those bad
so
guys coming to get us.
Ashamed.
Looks different without his hat on.
Aye.
So
Mhm.
I get
Yeah.
$2 if I get it first.
Without his
$2
sweater on.
if you get
And
it first.
I'm used to the sweater.
It really is.
Alright. Alright,
That was
take on it.
definitely the sweater when he came running up behind me. I thought he was a different person. I thought I was being actually attacked for the moment.
changed.
I'm see.
You too.
Rip, can you repeat for everyone here what you were shouting when you went chasing after me?
Oh yeah, please. I need to hear this.
Lord, I'm coming after you. I don't want to go anywhere near that guy.
Fucking
Oh,
hell.
that's amazing.
We're gonna
Big
have
boy.
to employ that.
Yeah,
I think your idea of pulling their teeth is actually really good.
care of the door? I thought it was too.
Hi, Demos.
Yeah, that.
So funny. I love it. Ah! It's Tibbet! It's freaking Tibbet! Are you bleeding kidding me? It's you, Tibbet! Oh!
You just got fucking red.
Will you wish your mouth?
Are you alright?
Are you bleeding kidding me?
Was that a local back there?
Oh! Oh!
Wait a minute. Are you?
I need bandages. Do you have bandages?
Hi Tippy. Long
Who the
time no
f-
see,
who's your
sweetheart. How you been?
Holy shit.
She's so happy to see us.
Try other shit. There was a shit.
I know.
I put him on the back of peppercorn here because he was so night you keen on carrying the full loads. I'd you carry one and you turn myself.
I know. I'm the same way.
What do you say?
He doesn't like to carry his box around on the back of his horse named Peppercorn too much.
All
He
right.
doesn't want to carry the full load around all the time, so he's picking his box up again before he goes out back.
Ah, fair enough.
Right, certainly, especially if I'm dragging a few wolves with me, I'd have to
Aye, the wolves
find
too.
some space for the carcass.
Aye, because you can't put the wolf carcass on the back of the horse if you got the box on the horse.
I certainly not.
What was that?
I didn't get that one. I certainly not.
No, I saw you certainly can I. You put the carcass on the back of the horse with the box, at least now, as far as I'm
Carcass.
aware.
No, you can't. Alright, well, you remove the white hat just for now. Good move. Thank you. There was 6 riding out, right? I think it was 4 or 5. I'm not sure if it was quite 6. But a lot just rolled out at once.
I want to say that was a group of 5, if not 6.
Aye. You just hit the flop was perfect. Yep. And these no good job,
know.
and then thank you. You've got to squat down before
Yeah,
you
that
get.
was-
Good move. Thank you. When we find out Rip is a toxic freak, what? Oh, toxic bush freaks, right?
You got shot. Welcome to
Lita, thank you for the follow. Right, he never gets eaten by mosquitoes because he's a toxic freak. Toxic to the mosquitoes. Yeah, people like that are jerks. My dad's one of them. Oh, the mosquito bites don't bother me. Yeah, good for you. I'm so happy for you. So happy for you. Am I really loud? Was that really... Was that... Must be nice, right? Okay. Hey, Bionic. I'm wondering if that other... There's another vest. I wonder if it would look really good with this. Hang on. We gotta go to the clothing store. Ugh, I hate bug spray so much. Hate it so much. Whoops. Mute Facebook over there. I don't know. Looks sharp on Saffron. Good, good. Oops. Not been carrying a lantern. Even though it's recommended you carry a lantern. Easy to trash though if in the way. I need carrots. Weird for Blackwater to be this quiet. Yeah, it is weird. Yet begs the question, where is everyone? Calm before the storm? Maybe. Could be the calm after the storm, though, too. Because there was a big old shootout with Creed and company, apparently. Asymmetrical inventory is really bothering me. Waiting for the day for Seth to get robbed and they steal our herb pouch. That would be so rude and uncalled for. So, see if I can't get a replacement. I saw my gun in my hand. You throwing deputy in there all sly like. What do you mean, Caleb? Yeah, maybe I am trying to make them go, eh. Do you really want law there? Let me put my edge on. Summers is out. I wonder how long before they start marauding once more. I feel like them and the Bloody Hoods have spoken in Sisika and be like,
These law, they don't respect the hostages. We have to teach them a lesson about how hostages are supposed to be handled. We have to start killing hostages so they take us seriously again. Make some of these law personally responsible.
that boat trip though. Yeah, I didn't really see it. Sounds funny though. You sound like Jack Kettleman? Yeah, well, I mean, Jack was doing the same thing. Hey, Driftwood. Go on. Get out! I wish we could despawn loose horses. He's so convenient. Or at least allow us to flee. And it would be a despawn flee. Yeah, it'd be nice. The dust under the chair has been swept away. I'm not calling him Waggins. Stolen property. Dear law, I'm Father O'Malley. I work out of the church down in Saint Denis. It appears we have had a break-in sometime last night. The window was open. It looks like we had quite a few of our Bibles stolen. Ah, well, you know. Need 2 more deputies at the Strawberry Sheriff's Office, please. I'm carrying a high-profile transport. F. Creed. Just swept away in roads. Sam Bass and his group of 6, possibly more, heading out of Strawberry towards Riggs Valentine. All of them had guns drawn less than a minute prior to sending this telegram. Goodness. Hefty charges. The dust on the banister is gone! So clean! Okay. Interesting. Seriously, where is everyone at night? Location, Pronghorn Ranch, Big Valley, pay $50 per day, rate negotiable based on experience. Seeking both seasoned rent workers and people new but willing to learn, must have a good work ethic, be willing to follow instruction well, and show up for work at least 3 times a week. Seeking full-time workers. However, day workers are welcome for cattle drives. That Garrett, Delilah, and Benny. Workers of the world unite. Congress of Organized Workers calls for labor to organize. Nice. This gun I've got matches my outfit right now, the light tan. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of my dogs, guys. Went to the beach today. And there was actually, like, a lot of other people there because it was a nice day. I was waiting in line. And Matt just look at... This is the one that Summers took off of me and then gave me back. Saffron's had this rifle for a while. But it was the funniest thing. So, Cinder was being a little pill and started chasing around some Labradors that were there. She'd, you know, run up to them, arp, 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 and then chase them, and they were running away. And then they decided to turn the tables on her and chase her, right? Which is fine. I wanted her to get that clap back from him. But then Cashew becomes this little golden bullet, and he just races right at this Labrador that's chasing Cinder and shoulder checks her. And he did that repeatedly. If he saw any dog go after Cinder, he would rush up there and tell him off. He would rush up there and get between him. he saw a dog thinking about going after Cinder, and he stepped between him, and that dog backed down. It's this little tiny dog. But he went from hating her to protecting her from other dogs. Cashy the Golden Bullet. That's such a good name. And last time we went, I was actually really upset with him because he wouldn't stay near me because I was playing in the water with Cinder. He kept trying to sulk back up the beach. He kept trying to go back up to the tower to cross the rail, the train tracks. And he refused to hang out near me, and I had to tie him up to some driftwood. But this time, the first thing he did was he went to wallow in the stream that was flowing down into the water. And then he hung out nearby. He's really good, really polite with other dogs. Like he goes up to people and dogs at the beach, and he just wants to say hello. He just goes up and gives them a sniff, and he's really friendly. And you know, other dog friendly dogs 100% accept him. He's totally fine. You know, good manners and stuff like that. Cinder still learning. COVID problem, still learning. Oh, I know. He's taken on his big bro role, even though he's literally half her size. Oh yeah, she's been, I mean, lately, there's been a shift in their dynamic. Like, Cinder used to kind of bully him a bit too much, and I really had to work to get her to stop. But if she does something he doesn't like, he will go at her. I mean, full on just, so, you know, golden bullet, launch himself at her, snarling, and she will do a flip trying to get away from that wrath. Even though there's no way he could possibly hurt her. Like, she's got all this thick matted hair that he'd have to bite through, and there's no way. He's like missing half his teeth now. You know? But she respects him big time, and now he likes her, I think, because she respects him. But yeah, home, I mean, they're constantly, he wants to play with the toys that she plays with. And so he'll wait till she gets a little bit distracted, and then he'll come running up and he'll steal her toy. And then she'll watch him and wait till he gets momentarily distracted, then run up and steal it back. And they literally just go back and forth like that. He was getting to the point where he was kind of slowing down, not really playing with toys that much, you know, didn't have that much of an interest. And then we got her, and he was super annoyed, but then he's, you know, jealous of her toys. And so it's actually given him new vigor, having a puppy around, which is great. It's great when puppies do that for older dogs. I don't know, he's 12 and a half, and he was running into the waves today. Like, I've had him go out into Puget Sound before, but that's when it was dead still, you know, no waves at all, and he kind of went out. This time, he wanted to check that Labrador, this tripod Labrador that was stealing Cinder's stick. So he was running out at least chest deep and pushing through the waves and everything. I was very proud of him. He knows how to swim. I've taken him kayaking and stuff, and I would make him jump out of the boat, swim to shore, and then swim back to me, because I wanted him to know how to handle himself when he jumped into deep water. So we did it under controlled circumstances a few times. He also has a little shark life jacket, just in case. Oh, and Cinder, I mean, she played in the water till she was trying to come out, and she was like slow and droopy because she was getting tired. But she didn't get the cold water tail, so that's good. I was afraid that she would hurt her tail again, but she didn't. Maybe it was because it was warmer. Maybe it's because she's had a little bit more conditioning. Wow, these... you know what? I'm just not gonna hitch. So annoying. All that hair probably weighs her down when it's wet. It's got to be heavy. Yeah, not too bad. I know. I don't know. I know that poodles. You know the haircut you see with poodles. It's actually supposed to protect them from cold water. It protects their joints on their front paws, and it protects their chest from the shock of the water. That's why like poodles have those poofs on them. There's actually a design to protect certain joints from the shock of the cold water. Get one bullet. Where is everyone? But yeah, through Cinder's breeder on the website, a picture of her grandfather is just fully coated poolie, wallowing in water, and his cords are just floating on top of the water. Horse 1, dark bay Turkmen, reddish mane, black tail, not unlike Saffron's. Interesting. Oh no. I got the clipboard stuck in my hand. He's okay. He got really shot up with the bloody hoods, so I didn't take him out for a while, but we could take him out again. I've kind of decided that horses like that, because my horses were getting killed so fast, they're gonna have 3 lives. Unless I just want to rotate them out. So Hephaestus is down to 2 lives. Because it got really shot up. Actually, we can go get him. Ah, come on. I have to fully reboot if I want to get rid of this stupid clipboard. Did I just get bubbled in Saint Denis? Really? I'm gonna quit.
This happened to me too. Just kidding. Going from streamer to streamer. What's funny is when I've had like raid backs with Tassara, like I'll raid her as I'm going off, and then I get on the next day just as she's getting off and she raids me. That's happened before. Pretty funny. Okay. You talk about the combo, even though I'm not fully sure all what happened because I was half asleep and I don't even want to hear about Kavanaugh and Thorn. Conversations. I just don't even want to hear about it. They're just so negative and wrong about everybody in the department, that it's just frustrating to listen to. I can't believe we have snow in July. I thought you were in the UK, Ghoulish? Are you joking? Snowing. What on earth? Hasn't it been like super hot over there? Or are you actually in Australia or New Zealand? I'm confusion. It's winter there. Howdy. I feel like I can't find any law. It's so because we have a law on duty, decent amount. Did you join the creative server by chance? No kidding. It's just weird, man.
heard
30.
you've been telling everyone that you've been unpeeling Clem.
That's Sam.
Wow.
I'm trying to.
Heidi. Not cold. People walking around with t-shirts. Do you have news on TV there? I mean, I don't have access to a TV with news. I get my news online for the most part. I was looking into getting a TV because it'd be nice to have a TV again because my dad stole mine. And I was like, oh man, I love OLED. I love OLED TVs, right? They're so expensive! A trumpet is smashed next to someone knocked out. We'll ask them if they know anything about the trumpet player who was apparently knocked out. I liked it when I was in Hawaii in the winter and I could tell people, oh yeah, we got snow! Because it would snow up on Haleakala. If you drove high enough up the volcano, you could get to the snow. Not the trumpets. Side must have been there. Oh, they didn't come over. That music, like, causes me to build stress. My horse. Here you go, Ember. Was ist das? Cashew the golden bullet. Oh boy. That's okay. Wishing I could send photos directly on here. It's strange. East's way is probably to post them to the Discord and just tell me to look in the appropriate channel there. Or post the link from the Discord photo into the chat. That's also fine. You have to make sure you're linking the photo, not the post, because then only people inside the Discord will be able to. Oh man. Which is the first time you linked it, you linked the post in Discord. Oh, you know, you don't have to delete those. You're a mod too, Caleb. I'm just so confused by whatever's not happening right now. Oh, it won't let me delete my messages. Interesting. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to send something in telegrams. I sent a pic of my car 3 days ago, but I think it got deleted. Huh, you should be able to put it into maybe cool stuff, Ghoulish. Cool stuff would be a good place for it. Maybe so. Frank is whining about people cutting in line.
Check out the main road, shouldn't we? Okay. Eugene's getting this too. Notice you're receiving this telegram as it has come to our attention that someone has sent several telegrams claiming to be us for future reference. Claiming to be us. Future reference. The Saints Crossing Postal Service does not inform of so-called dead telegrams, nor non-receiving of mail. If you have received any such telegrams, please disregard. Thank you. Saints Crossing Postal Service. Nice. What is OQ29? No. OQ. No, I know that Eugene's is OQ something. Hang on. I'm pretty sure. OQ183. Perfect. Those are not from Saffron. Those are, like, supposedly from actual... That guy doesn't look suspicious at all. I'm reading a message, Rip. He said something. Yeah, but it's kind of irrelevant. I guess impersonating the post office is frowned on. Right. I wish I could do... I feel like I can't just imitate things. Or at least there's not as many voices, like... Oh. It's a crossing. Everyone is sus. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's getting hot in here and I don't like it. Man with knife in Blackwater. Threatening. Law required. Brandish weapon in Blackwater. Man riding around with rifle out. Large. Okay. Howdy, Chevalier. I think that everyone is out this way. There's apparently someone riding around brandishing weapons in Blackwater, and I'm pretty sure everyone just came this way on a prison transport.
Okay.
What,
I can clock on real fast. I was going to try to get clear out for like
oh,
duty.
I mean, if you're not, then I'll just go. I'm not gonna. I'll just assume you're on duty.
I cannot ride fast, so I'm going to stay in the city. I'm going to try to get a medic here.
Aye, no, that's fine. Don't feel bad about it. Thank you. I'll grab pasties. Ugh, it's so hot. Blech. I don't like this, guys. I need to get more hydration also. Oh, what was I saying? I was looking up TVs, and then I went to Costco and I was like, oh, the OLED, because those look so good, but they're so expensive. What on earth? I thought that they would have come down by now, but they are so expensive. Europans. You know, I think maybe that's when I saw on Amazon. It was like a 48-inch for about $700, and that was cut from over 1,000, which is probably the cheapest I've seen it. The best time to look for new TVs is right after the Super Bowl. Lots of TVs get returned. But dude, man, that's still so much for a TV. $700. I really like OLED. Like I really like that's some technology I can get behind. So it's tempting. It's definitely not something I need right now. Maybe I can ask my dad if he's using my TV and I can get it back. It's one that he gave me, so it's, you know, it's not like I don't really have ownership. You have salsa here? Of course I do. I just ate a bunch of salsa. Oh well. But it helps me get stuff done in my room. Like, you know, if I want to watch a TV show and just like work on stuff up in my room, it helps me do that.
a lot. It's a productivity thing. Because I like to multitask when I'm watching a show or something like that. I don't like to just sit and watch a show. I want to multitask. Maybe because I'm out of the loop as far as shows go, but I don't feel like anything on TV is worth watching anymore. Yeah, a lot of it isn't. But there's still some shows I like to, you know, if someone recommends to me, I like to try out and stuff. Finally, I'm almost home to bed after 5 days away. That's a while. Wow. Okay. Someone's reading these, though. Sorry.
Oh, there definitely gonna be one. You know, we're just gonna have to figure out how to get a hold of that and whatnot.
Okay, game, you're really pretty, but I can't see. Was half expecting that group in the fog to be someone else. Yeah, I was kind of afraid that they were gonna be like the Summers crew, like, haha, there's a Saffron, get her! Yeah, it was a legit concern. Was that Emmett? Yes, it was Emmett, and Frank. Whoa! I don't know who all else. It was a shared concern. I know, and I forgot to check the wanteds for them. It could happen again. It can't happen a second time in the exact same spot, right? Right? Yeah, tell that to the Blackwater Telegram Station, Bagheera, where I got kidnapped by a group of 6 2 times in a week and a half. Man, Speedy is kind of fallen in hard times when you think about it. Went from working with Summers to Tommy. It's so funny. So funny. Yeah, but that's like a kidnapping center. Like, get your hostages here.
flashing neon signs. I just think it's funny what I can't remember who was it that pointed it out in chat the other day, but boy, Mama Christine really has how Mama Christine really has fallen from leader of the Mama's Boys to being as one of the members of the Bathhouse Boys. Blackwater is where people go to get a hostage. As someone who has been a criminal, I have often gone to Blackwater to get hostages. Bottom of the wanted list for Bathhouse Boys. For some reason, it's even funnier because their brothers IRL. Oh wow, I really got lost in the fog. What, Speedy and Summers? Yeah. Goosey and Johnny Blams are brothers IRL. Yeah. You didn't know that? Yep. Apparently there's a lot I don't know about people here, like Flood being Beckwith. That's hilarious that you don't know Van Tilly's plays them both. So funny. Right, Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. What's going on here?
There was some man in a red shirt brandishing a knife. Earlier, he was brandishing a some sort of rifle. I know that Miss Jones was talking him down or something. I'm not sure, but she's somewhere here. I'm a little busy at the moment.
Does that have
I'm sorry.
anything? No, does this have anything to do with him though? That's what I want to know.
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna go over to Wallaby now. Make sure he's okay. I'm not getting into this. I'm not.
Goldie's looking at me.
We'll all come out of this.
Abigail.
Okay. Yeah. And
Hey, Abigail. Is everything okay here right now?
I'm not sure. I think that people might be congregating for the bank, possibly.
Okay. Alright, that's a possibility. You want to get somewhere safe?
Yep, I've been kind of working on that. Wayne is here, or he was, just so you know.
Alright, I'll go over to the office, see if I can find him.
Okay, there's also...
Aye?
There's a man wandering around wearing a red shirt with half untucked, carrying a knife, saying that he might be cleansing people the way that he himself was
Fantastic,
cleansed.
absolutely fantastic.
Okay,
All right. So that's what they
Alright.
were talking. Someone said that you were talking someone down with a knife, so that's why I wanted to check on you.
Correct.
Just,
Yes.
Trust the people who are in town right now.
Neither
Okay.
do I.
Not you, Ween.
Yeah.
Alright. Abigail says there's someone walking around with...
They're out of town now.
Okay. And she's afraid that there's people congregating to hit the bank right now.
Let's see.
Wallaby Kid is apparently in town.
Let's see.
Right there. Howdy.
Hello. How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm good. Currently, on my first day of my new employment.
Ooh, fancy. And what's that?
I'm a door-to-door salesman.
Of?
Law weapon. Sugar. You want some sugar?
No.
You sure? They come in cubes.
I've already gotten unwanted sugar from you before, Wallaby.
I've given you unwanted sugar before? I've never had anyone complain about that. Wait a minute, was that the kiss I stole?
What do you think?
What's that?
Are you trying to like pull a look over there and then run away sort of thing?
Oh, I haven't done anything wrong.
No.
So...
Moxy around.
Nope.
Afraid of having.
I've been reformed and redefined.
I'll believe that when I see it, Wallaby.
You're seeing it right now in the flesh.
Alright, where's the weapons that you stole from Tumbleweed?
I didn't steal any weapons from Oh, that one? Oh, they're long gone.
Right, I'm sure.
What, you think I held on for? You think I held on to those? Give me a break. Okay, yeah.
How you doing, Spady?
What was that?
Wait for me.
Alright.
All right. How you doing, Speedy?
Doing alright.
Are you sure?
I never am, Wayne.
Well.
Okay.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah.
What's your name again?
It's Wayne Kavanaugh.
Oh, that's right. You're the one that called me a dipshit.
Yeah, that'd be the one.
Why? I didn't do anything to you except for fuck you up.
I mean, you said, quote unquote, one more thing, Kavanaugh, fuck you, and
No,
then
no,
you shot me.
No, I didn't say fuck you. I said go fuck yourself.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I did get the quote wrong. That's on me.
And that was
but yeah,
after
said
you
that.
called me a dumbass, so you started it.
To be fair, I didn't know who you were. You know, there was just people hiding on the boat with guns. For all
I can't call back up right here.
Yeah, you turned into a dolphin. That was impressive. Yeah. No, I'll never underestimate your naval skills again. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, yeah. Glad to hear that. How much you selling for?
25 cents.
And are they like Sure, sugar. How sweet are they?
The sweetest sugar in the crossing.
Ooh, my horse loves sweet sugar.
You want to buy some?
Yeah, I'll buy some sugar.
Hey, I'll bring you a crate. Sure.
Okay.
I'll get a shipment in and I'll bring it on over.
Yeah, I'm glad to pay for some sugar.
Oh, lovely. Alright. Well, I'm going to go now and continue my lawful day. And you look after your lawful self.
Alright, take care.
Bye-bye. Bish bash bosh.
No, you're not.
Hmm?
You're not.
I'm not what?
You.
Speak up. What else am I supposed to do, Moxy?
I don't want them to grab a bag.
I've got a feeling they're going to.
Yeah.
Shoot my mom.
Sorry?
I don't know. Try not to, if I did.
While she was doing nothing but staring a boat.
I mean, I'll just shoot in the direction of the people shooting at me first.
So did you shoot my mom, Kavanaugh?
Once again, I do not know. Whole day is a little bit hazy on account of myself getting shot.
I also got a note that if someone is piloting the boat and assisting others in escaping from a situation, they are open themselves to getting shot
I
at.
was talking to Kavanaugh, Mitchell.
Alright, well, I'm also a deputy and I'm answering your
I
question.
was talking to Kavanaugh.
Alright, well, I'm talking to you. Goodness. Congregation happening out here.
Yeah. From the sound of it, Moxie's trying to talk Speedy out of doing something. Speedy's going to do something anyway, because it's Speedy.
I know I was by the telegram station and Massey was crying. Crying
Sure.
something about Wallaby. And Goldie was glaring at me as I walked by. Check the timeline real quick. Honestly, I was getting prepared for them to try and hold you up right here on the porch. My plan was to run out the back and flank them from the sides if they tried to do that.
Well, good. Good
But I mean,
plan.
that's when there wasn't, 6 or 7 of them out there now.
Yeah, fair.
Using Wayne as bait. No, I wasn't using him as bait. Greed transport arrived. Monroe, Thorne, Hearst, Kramer, Rip, Cadet, Higgins. That's where everyone is.
One of the first things that I asked him today was how Moxie was doing.
Yeah, I never want Moxie to get hurt in that situation.
Okay.
I really want to be watching the outskirts of town for this fucking knife-wielding maniac.
But we've got this group
Yep,
right
now
here that are
have
highly.
these fuckwits.
Do you know who the fella is with the mustache, beard, sort of brown colouring? Who's face to face with Marcus?
No, I don't.
I am new here-ish. Been watching and I'm up to mid-June in VOD, so I haven't caught no live
feel like
streams.
I've seen him
I'm
around
looking forward
here
to
a couple
catching
times. I've
up to
always
be
wondered.
around live and join the community.
I have constantly asked myself who
Oh,
that was.
already say that again?
I was just saying that I've seen him. I feel like I've seen him around a bit, and every time I'm like, "Who is that? I want to know."
Well, he
And
sort
then
of
never make the
reminded
effort to
he
find
sort
out.
of reminded me of Roscoe from Sans Globe, but I don't think that's him. He's usually following Sam around,
Got it, yeah, Roscoe Montana.
I think so. I actually don't know his last name. I just know what he looks like. And
Okay. Yeah, I was just going through the dossier the other day because we were looking for. Okay.
I wrote a nice dossier on him when they were all congregating and stuff in Valentine.
Beautiful.
I would just stand there and take descriptions and then walk up and ask all their names.
Nice.
Why does Goldie appear to loathe Saffron? I have no idea. It's weird.
Yeah. Oh, you want to know some fucking
Also, Bum the Bob,
shit?
welcome. What's that?
Just kind of makes me laugh a little bit. It wasn't the biggest deal in the world, but it was definitely a fuck up. Someone had stolen the arrest template.
They stole
and
it.
Turned it into an arrest report
Oh no.
on accident. So I telegrammed them, and then
It's just been. Okay.
yeah, Moxy. Yeah, and so Tabitha put in like the base template, yeah, but we don't have the notes and whatnot. Which I'm very confused how it happened, because they would have had to, you know, put a new title in, take out all the excess notes.
Oh, they fully, completely turned the entire
like
thing.
like they literally like the arrest template was gone.
Yeah, I thought that maybe you just thought someone had gone and, you know, put arrest details into it, but
No.
Aw.
Yeah, no, it completely converted from the template.
because
to an arrest.
I've done that. I've gone there and entered information and then copied it and then just closed it. You know, told them to discard the changes. But I've never like gone, because I don't even copy the stuff at the top, right? I just take what's down below, so that wouldn't, you know, if it did happen, if I did save it errantly, it would just be as simple as cleaning it up. Interesting.
Yeah, because I was reading through the report, and I was like,
Why is this report number
signed
so-
off by Sheriff Holloway? I was like, he's not listed anywhere in the report. Like, I'm certain he hasn't been around. You know, I was just trying to figure it out, and then also it wasn't filed under our arrest reports. It was filed within the general reports, but listed as an arrest. And there's just a lot of things, and I was like, no. And then I went and searching through our files, and sure as shit, the wanted report was gone. Or the arrest and wanted, because it's all together, but yeah, so I was like, okay, we'll just replace it before anything bad happens, and I'll send them a telegram so it doesn't happen again. But you know,
The question is, was it one of the newer deputies, or is it someone who shouldn't have? I don't know again.
someone's been around for a little bit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There was nothing new in the tip line, just that the Creed transport had made it to Sisika.
Okay, was that the straw? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was a strawberry group because they had Creed and Custody there. They've got Marshall and Rowe with them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I showed up to Strawberry like significantly later than when they were asking for backup. That got on duty. I saw they were requesting 2. Kramer was there like 30 minutes prior. I was like, I'll go down just to see.
I'll tell you, I woke up near Strawberry, and I passed through Strawberry, and I saw there was like 5 deputies there. So I decided to move on down here. No one here. Dead quiet. So I decided to go on duty and go to Rhodes. No one in Rhodes. Go to Saint Denis. No one there. Doing foot patrols around Saint Denis. No one's there. I'm just, where is everyone? And I assumed everyone must be up. And Strawberry. Or, I guess, Valentine. Oh.
You're fucked off in the woods. How you doing, McGregor?
Running okay with Knife Patterson.
Oh yeah, he's been fucked off out of town, and I've been wanting to watch the outskirts of town to make sure he's not coming back in, but we have Wallaby and friends, and Abigail Jones said that he's pretty sure that people were congregating to rob the bank, so...
I mean, you've got a bunch of
Currently
well-known bank robbers around here. That's Moxy.
Okay, I was just lost in town.
Howdy, McGregor.
Howdy, Marcus. Moxy. Third fella, I don't know who he is. Hello to you too.
Jack Kettleman, he's been released from jail.
Jack Kettleman.
I don't
Oh, and
think
they're all
it's
going
Jack
to
Kettleman.
change. Look at that.
Well, yeah, they just got released from jail. Of course they're changed.
I want to go see who that third person is.
It was just us in time.
All got new outfits.
Dressing fancy.
Dressing fancy. You know, might as well.
We're
clean
starting
up
a
little
jewelry company, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
The Uncut Family Jewels. How do you like
Okay.
that name?
I'm sorry, sir. Who are you? I just wanted to make my acquaintance. I'm Deputy Mitchell.
Frank.
Frank?
Yeah.
You don't recognize Jack Kettleman?
Aye. Definitely Jack Kettleman. Look at
Is
that.
it Jack?
Look at that
Apparently.
mustache. Mm-hmm.
My name's Frank now, by the way.
It's a very accurate impression, actually, Marcus.
I work on my
It's almost
impressions when
like
I'm in
you've been
Sisika.
around the man for a while.
Too long. Anyways, how's things been on the outside? I don't know if anyone here is aware of that situation. You know Gavin Summers got out today?
I'm aware of some of the paperwork go through.
Yuck.
Is there a big report out that says, like, Gavin Summers released, everyone stay on high alert?
I mean, we are aware. Who knows? He could always choose to reform, but...
I heard he wants to start a bakery.
I'm sure that he went for a bakery.
The
Sounds...
Gavin Summers Baked Goods.
Summer's bake. Taste of summer.
That's right.
The taste of summer. Ugh.
With all these nice, cool, whipped
Ugh.
toppings.
Ugh.
What? Oh, Moxy. You're the one making it weird.
No, it's just the taste of summer still in my hand.
Good.
Okay. Alright. Anyways, you all have a good day.
You too.
Have a great day.
Oh yeah, but as I was saying about Strawberry. So I rode to Strawberry, and I saw a few horses. Like I saw Tabitha's and one other.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also 2 different patrol wagons.
2?
Yeah, so there's one that was flipped over beside the jail cell. You know, like in that little rut down there. Like the wood and stuff. Yeah, down there. And then there's one more like parked right outside the sheriff's office, like they would do a transport with. And so I get there and I see all that. Okay, surely law's in town. They have all this stuff out and searching around and don't see any law. Yeah, so and there's nothing on the tip line saying that they ever left Strawberry. Like I knew that they had Creed, so they're probably doing the Sisika transport, but it was concerning that there was the transport wagon there. I was thinking some like jailbreak or something happened, and
And
worse
they
is
were
always
just scattered, trying to chase him
exactly.
down. Oh, apparently Emmett, Tommy Two Snakes, and Frank are all went. I saw them in Sandy and in Rhodes. I was alone, of course, so nothing I could do about it, but I wondered. Well, Frank's on a DNA.
I fucking hate Frank.
Aye, so do I. He's very, very unpleasant to deal with. Also, he tried to murder me.
Yeah, that's nice. That's always good.
Also, did you... I know she's not in there anymore, but I noticed that there's no longer the Mama's Boys on the wanted list. Instead, there's the Bathhouse Boys. And at one point, Christine was on the bottom of that list. So she went from leader of the Mama's Boys to the bottom of the Bathhouse Boys list.
Poor Christine. Oh, how she's fallen.
Oh, how she's fallen. Another one who tried to murder me.
It's so hot.
I'll send an update saying that we're all 3 here. Wonder if anyone's in a... No, I think that everyone in the state is occupied. There's still 9 in the roster. That's 6 of the transport and then us 3 here, right? Heidi. What about it, Gullish? I guess it's kind of country-ish. I felt it was really rocky, but I don't know genres. I listen to like a lot of music. What was that?
Clara of the Creed people.
Hi.
There is Wait, no. What? What is happening?
I didn't she turn herself in Strawberry?
Oh yeah, there's an arrest report and a wanted report, and the wanted report has considerably more charges to it. 7 incidents total, and the arrest is just 1 incident.
Interesting.
Oh, you got a lot of new deputies.
Aye, but there was not new deputies who were up there handling it.
No.
Wait, I bet none of them turned themselves in with my navy on them either. Just another plain SCSD Lancaster. Oh, great. Okay, apparently Valentine, I think our crazy knife man went there because so many Bubba's been stabbed and needs medical care, and apparently knife man is trying to turn himself in up there. I'll go where for medical to... Well, actually, there's doctors right over here. Is anyone on duty right now?
Yes.
Apparently there's been someone stabbed up in Valentine. We're headed there now to deal with the situation, but we're gonna need medical there.
Okay, I'm riding with you.
Alright, I'm gonna go send a tap saying that we're on our way.
Nothing.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Nope,
Got it
pardon
right.
me.
Got it right, Kay, though.
Oh, pardon me. I wrote him and he never replied. Did Goldie go off with them?
Yeah, she did.
Alright, thank you.
You will.
Alright, let's head out now. Going down to the riverbed. And then a very sharp left. Oops, sorry. Ask McGregor to call out when his horse is ready to run.
McGregor, are you good to ride?
Sounds good, miss.
All right, speeding up.
Speeding up.
Okay.
I like the bass tone in this. Like, do no 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 no. Cool. Resting horses.
Resting up.
Resting.
Is this the Batman track? Kind of Batman-y. A little bit Hans Zimmer-y feeling. Alright, picking up speed again.
Pick up speed again.
Very Hans Zimmer-y, maybe a little Elfman-y glassy.
Crazy man's in the doctor's office.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy man's in the doctor's office. What happened?
Yeah.
He stabbed someone and then.
Yeah, he stabbed some people around town. Someone came up and knocked him out. He's in the.
Okay. Please only medical and law.
Okay.
That's him right there. This is the knife he had on it. It's covered in blood. He was standing and he had the knife out in the middle of town and shouting obscenities. Covered in
Aye,
blood.
that's what we assumed. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What about this fellow over here on the bed?
Oh.
Were you stabbed, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, looks like man is in there. For some reason, Frank had his knife. So, that's an interesting situation.
You mean Frank Murdoch, the one who's wanted?
He's wanted with a DNA. Aye.
Okay, so.
Is it listed that way in the?
It is listed that way in the wanted list, correct. Okay. DNA. I did see Amit and Frank and who else? Someone else on that list who's wanted down in Sandony and Rhodes. So they're about. But aye, some of them have DNAs on them for some reason.
dead already. That's fine. Damn. Sorry.
What happened?
I'm just trying to deal with an issue.
Kavanaugh, that's the crazy guy.
Oh,
This is
are
the-
you, you're not seeing what I'm saying?
This is.
Okay, okay. So,
Please.
okay.
No one back here besides Law or the injured or.
Sorry, Clemmy, you can step out. Thank you.
Okay. Can I help Bubba at all?
Sadie's the only one.
Doctor's with him. Alright, I'm gonna move this one to the sheriff's office.
Ouch. Lock me up, please.
Your ass can be locked up.
I'm not safe to be around people.
And why do you say that?
Because they took me and they changed my mind.
Who took you and changed your mind?
Eli and his acolytes.
Eli and his acolytes?
At the edge of the desert. I was going to mine one day and got teeth. About 3 weeks ago. Maybe 4 now. And they took me. They tried to brainwash me to be like them. Or I should say they succeeded in brainwashing me because
If you've
look
got
what I've done.
if you've got the presence of mind to see this sort of stuff and know this sort of stuff, then you're in
tried to
control
stuff
of your
myself.
actions.
I talked to that man and I tried to stuff myself. I said, "Don't do this, Boyd." And then I heard his voice. Cleanse him. Cleanse him. And his voice was more
I'm just
powerful than
pitching my nose here.
Knife wielding maniac. She was saying that apparently a little knife wielder was kidnapped.
So
by
what do you suggest that we do with you?
Tumbleweed that was
Lock me up and throw away the key.
Shit. Wonder if that's why he's the way
My
he is.
father died of dementia.
Sorry to hear that.
I don't want to be lost like he was. Especially with another man's voice in my head. I lose myself. Only him. Even now I hear him.
Tumbleweed guy, right? Yeah, I think
Right, I'm
someone
gonna help
said,
you up here.
Either McAllister
She's
or
like,
Macintosh.
up to your
arrested
feet,
him.
and then you're gonna
Found
put your
that
hands
Tumbleweed.
up for me.
He told me to cleanse myself of everything. So I did.
I'm gonna
Thanks.
put you in the cell over here. Come on. How many people have you hurt?
I don't know.
You don't know. Wouldn't step further and salty. I'll be right back. 802.
arrest report's gonna be a fucking. That's a good sound.
He's saying, lock me up and throw away the key. I'm a danger to being around other people. Because I was taken by Eli and his acolytes and brainwashed to be like them.
Oh, I see. Is she okay?
I called it.
I think so.
And so he's got this voice inside his head that says, cleanse them, and then he has to stab someone.
Okay.
Hey, slow it down.
I guess I'll just charge him for assault with a deadly. And then we'll let him out so he can stab someone else. Because apparently, by his own admission, he can't control it. So we just charge him and let him go.
I mean, he did a violent crime, right? Sisika.
Aye. Not for very long, though.
Stop. Cleanse. Hurt. Stop it. You should have put the knife down, boy. What kind of man are you? You're supposed to be different. Can't even control your own mind. Useless. He's still in there, isn't he? He's still talking to you. He's still telling you to cleanse, isn't he? You're happy the weapon's gone, then hurt more because you're weak. Hurt more because you're weak and you're a fool. Should have stuck to selling your sugar, you idiot. You don't belong there.
Alright, sir, what's your name again?
Boyd Cassidy.
Are you doing the arrest report at the moment?
I am.
Yeah, we can stack on the brandishing while he was in Blackwater earlier.
Okay.
Give him some more time to get the help he needs while he's in Sisika.
We've got the report from when he was apparently taken by this Eli fella.
I escaped him. I tried to fight it. I did.
The fact that you're standing here talking to us rationally, fella, tells me that you can fight whatever it is that you've been told to do.
I'm trying. I am.
Helper.
Well, this man is been brainwashed.
Oh, is this the is this Boyd?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Is that the deputy who helped me the other day?
Yes. Oh, what?
I had made a report about this guy a couple days ago. He'd come in from the distance.
I see it.
Did you ever speak with the doctor, Boyd?
No. I just... I'm sorry.
Is this the telegram about Bubba getting stabbed?
Aye.
Ah, okay.
They're going to keep coming, you know.
Who?
Eli and his people.
Have a good night.
What? Were they here?
No.
Night, everyone.
See, McGregor. Well, what do you mean they're going to keep coming then?
They took me. There'll be more of them coming and taking people, cleansing people.
Well, I thought you escaped though, Boyd.
I did. But he's still out there.
Okay. Well, then it sounds more like you made this choice on your own.
Yes, I was too weak to fight his voice. I'm not putting blame on anyone else.
Say, where again did you say it was that they took you?
The edge of the desert, overlooking a river. I could see Mexico from it.
Right. And it's some kind of compound, or
They just stay up in camps and things like that. They don't value material objects.
right? So they just roam the desert, or do they stay in one place? I'm confused.
I'm not sure myself. I was in one place the entire time. Just there.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where exactly?
We got him. We're gonna be sending notice to Sisika here soon.
Aye, I'll paperwork ready. We can start transporting him now if you want to. Who wants to go?
You were in one spot the whole
I had
time, right?
the wagon right outside. So
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
And it was for a couple
We'll
of
move him.
Just go send that.
Aye, go send that.
Overlooking the
We'll
sea
move him out there.
of Coranda. Dog.
All right, Boyd, I need you to stand up and come up to the bars. I'm gonna cuff you. Up and turn around. West, are you gonna come on the transport?
Yeah, I can come with you and speak with him, I guess.
Aye, that would be
as we go.
perfect. Aye, then you can speak with him. All right, wagon is right here. One hop from the back. Is everything locked up?
Yeah, these doors were. You want to scoot down over here to the end. There you go. So was anybody else there with you, prisoner? Or was it just you?
As far as I could see, just me and them.
Interesting. Nobody, well, I guess what I'm getting at is, you said they had you for a couple weeks, right?
Yes.
But you were just in a camp?
Yes.
Like in a tent, or just like outside? Like, I'm confused.
A tent.
Okay. And presumably nobody came by, or?
I mean, I saw locals right by, of course.
Okay. Were you shackled? Were you shackled? How did they keep you there?
I was roped. The day I
Okay.
escaped, I told them I had to use the restroom very badly. And I kind of played along, or I guess the preaching took that day. But
Hey, Doc, how you
they
doing?
allowed me to go out.
I didn't see you
bashed one
sneak
over the
in
head with
here.
a rock.
All right, you want a ride? You want to drive,
Yeah,
Wayne?
I can.
Okay. Oh, wow, my head.
Where's she going?
Ah! How dramatic. Listen. Crashes are very annoying. How's it going, Doc? Long time no see. Life is something else. Yeah. PC's getting fixed, and I hope I'm getting back to RP. You're not coming back with a new LEL. Well, that'd be cool. Alright, please tell me you can all hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You enjoy your stretch?
Very much. It's just what I needed. Oh, never mind. That's fine. On a prison transport, I don't need to, you know. Fine.
Okay.
Before we get on the boat, I'll make sure I clock off.
Yeah. All right. But Mr. Cassidy, as I was saying, I highly encourage you while you're within Sisika to try to get the help that's needed. And like I said, they do provide counselors if you think that's something that can benefit you. And even if you don't think it's something that's benefit you, I think it's at least worth a try. It's clear to tell you don't want to be doing the things you're doing.
I was supposed to be different in my family, you know? I was born in the swamps. Overlooking St. Denis. I used to go there as a child. I started my own sugar business not too long ago.
Yep, I still got some cubes.
Now look at me.
Yeah, you've hit a bump in the road. Doesn't mean you can't turn around.
What I did to that man, I don't deserve another chance.
Some people have done far, far worse and been able to come back from it. And your story's not over yet, Mr. Cassidy. Not unless you want it to be.
There's a very important component to all of this, Cassidy. That's choice. You can choose to make yourself better through every means available to you. No one can make you. And I think that the very fact that you're telling us you don't want to be doing this means that you have the capacity to make that choice. That you have the capacity to make that change. I haven't seen this boy before, but his voice is chef's kid.
I can only assume
Yes,
in your
they
position
can.
it's not going to be easy. You're probably going to have a lot of inner battles along this path, but I still I think you can walk down that path. I think you can come out the other side your old self again. You'll never be the same, but at least be better.
Of course, I can't find him on...
I think I will talk to that counselor.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, they can crypt. I have no idea who this player is, though. So I can't ask him. OOC, hey, do you want no timer? You know, so you can do some Sisika RP? Because he's not going to be in there for very long.
I know also, whenever you get out of Sisika, whenever they deem that you're fit to join society once more, if you ever feel yourself slipping away, we do have counselors outside of Sisika as well. I know Dr. Sullivan is phenomenal at what he does, and give his time to just about anybody that needs it. I think it's always important to know that even if you're fighting battles within your own head, you don't have to fight it alone.
It's comforting to know.
Can't find him.
First day they took me
The
and showed me what
Discord.
they had planned. I laughed in their faces. I thought I was stronger than that, you know.
Yeah, I need him in Discord. But I can't find him in the Discord.
Beatings for not
Because
listening.
Discord is stupid
Salvation.
about searching for people.
And were you down?
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Mr. Calvo? I bet
Strong
that's
as we
him.
want to be, we are quite fragile in the end.
I don't think one can ever actually prepare themselves for being tortured, anything of the like.
No, you cannot.
I will tell you this, one of the things he preaches is that the law is the worst of the crossing.
A lot of people preach that. I don't know if this helps you, Mr. Cassidy, but a long time ago I was tortured by a group, and that affected me very, very deeply, as you can imagine. So that several days later, when they claimed that they wanted to protect me and they felt bad for what they did, I agreed to join their gang. I was afraid of them. Afraid what would happen if I didn't agree to it. It was like a prison of my mind for a very long time, until I chose to fight it. Chose not to let fear control my actions any longer. I was deeply affected by something, but in all of it I still had a choice to act. I didn't ask for help though, when I should have. Maybe this is your opportunity to do that.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Whoa, what?
Sorry. And this fella on the horse.
I understand it. I'm sorry you went through that.
They're not responding to the DMs.
And through all that, you became a deputy.
Aye, well, it was something that I had wanted to do before then. But, there was a time when I really needed help. I was determined, and I'm determined to be the sort of person that I needed when there was no one there to save me. At least under a player name. You don't have to include your character name, but it's really annoying when you don't. It has to match your, Mr. Cassidy, I found in times like this, it's most helpful to check my Discord messages. I think you need to take a moment to think. You sound discordant.
Howdy.
That's Rip and Thorn. And Hearst.
Alright, I'm gonna go send a telegram that we're here.
Right. Last if you'll bring him down, I'll go get the boat ready.
Alrighty.
Wish I could get his attention, ask him if he wants no timer, but I can't because he's not responding to his Discord messages. So he'll just get like 40 minutes. Because he might want more time. I don't know though. I don't know the person. I can't ask.
Well, we can hop in here.
Right.
I think you want to wait for Kavanaugh too?
I'm not sure if Kavanaugh's coming or not. You want to run and ask him really quick?
Yeah, I'll go run up and ask quick.
I used to carry around a note.
Aye.
That I wrote. My mother wrote me. She said, "My little boy, you can make something out of nothing."
Howdy.
That's why I started the sugar business.
How's things going?
Good. Is everyone coming?
No.
Okay. Kavanaugh, are you coming with us or are you staying here?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Alright.
Tabitha's gonna come along as well.
Okay. Right.
All right, safe.
You take care.
Boyd, this isn't how you saw it playing out, and I know you're pretty disappointed. Just want you to know, I don't know if this is gonna make it better or not, but I'm equally as disappointed because I know what you wanted for yourself. But all those things are still obtainable. Okay, just a bump in the road.
Thank you.
I'll just ask him I see. I've got a way I can ask him I see.
Senior Deputy Thorne, how's it going?
Going well. How about you?
Doing okay. Sounding a little bit better today.
Yeah, feeling a lot better, that's for sure. It's Boyd, right?
Yes, Boyd Cassidy.
It's nice to meet you, Boyd. My name's Tabitha.
Pleasure, Tabitha.
So
Might
I'm not
they have something on the island to stop my head ringing?
Nothing is wrong with Rip and
Your head
Saf.
from ringing? Did you hit your head or something?
It hurts so much.
Why do people assume such
Well, I
things?
felt like willow bark on me. That might help you.
That's fine. Yeah, the doctors of Sisika, they have all the tools of the trade to be able to medically help you.
There is that too.
West, have you done, oh, never mind.
I can't seem to quiet the voices.
My voice and behavior? What? Then you are just
What are they telling
clueless, Ghoulish. Sorry to say it.
To cleanse.
Are they saying what specifically?
It's not something
Nothing.
productive. That's in my head.
No one been to anything.
Right. Well, you know, you are aware that it's something that makes you feel bad, right? Something you don't like.
Yes.
And that's the first step, you know?
Hey, you might want to look over there before you go in. It's a double rainbow. It's a good sign.
Mm-hmm. Very good sign.
That is quite beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it means, but
Double the luck.
They have books in here.
I'm not sure.
I used to sneak into St. Denis from the swamp as a child. Still books, I'm ashamed to say.
Well, what are your favorite kinds of books?
I've always been fond of the adventure sagas like Huckleberry Finn.
Well, how about when you get out, I'll make sure I have a nice one for you, okay? Good old adventure book.
Thank you.
help you up here. Oh, it wasn't me.
Thank you. I needed a bath.
Help up I've ever seen, West.
I named my horse Finn after that book.
Huh, really? That's fortunate with your upbringing that you were taught how to read and everything. I know I've always loved reading.
I sat outside of the schools in St. Denis. Learned myself.
Well, if you've got that much of a thirst for knowledge, I'm sure you've got that much of a thirst for change, yeah?
I do.
Someone's cleaned the door here recently. Wondered if Big L's having people do chores.
You coming in? Okie doke.
There's some mire in the walls.
It's so large, isn't it? Makes you feel so small.
Wait, I'm gonna get your charges set here, but I want to ask you a question here. Let me look at them.
Yes.
Well, you've made it very clear to us that you're wanting help with your problem, correct?
Yes.
So the time that I have on file for you will be about 40 days here in Sisika. However, if you want to, we can place you in here and the guards won't usher you to leave, and you'll have time to reach out to people and get help. And then you'll just reach out to the marshals when you're feeling like you've got that help that you need. However, that's up to you. Otherwise, I'll charge you with 40 days for what happened in Valentine and Blackwater today.
Please leave me in here so that I can get help and pay for what I did to him.
Alright. We will tell the guards not to have you transported then.
Thank
I'll go ahead and I'll search you, Boyd, one last time, and then we'll take your cuffs off, okay? Alright. Don't have much water on me, but here, have a little bit of food, okay?
Thank you.
There you go.
Is it always this quiet?
No. No, there are a lot of folks who come here. Sometimes they're asleep, sometimes all of them are awake at once. Never know what you're gonna get.
Alright, Boyd, so you're gonna be charged with assault with the deadly and brandishing today. I'm cutting your fine down to $100 from $130. And
Please don't go lenient.
I'm just being reasonable with you. I want you to get help, eh?
Thank you.
I'll have you fined, and you have money to get yourself outfitted here?
I do.
Alright. Alright, your fine should be being processed, and you're free to move about.
I appreciate it. Left Finn and Valentine. If you could, someone could put him in the stables for me.
Aye, the livery will take care of him.
Thank you. Thank you all for being so kind to someone who doesn't deserve it.
Of course.
Where might the changing room be?
Right down there at the end of that building.
Yeah, the southeast over there.
Thank you all again.
Of course.
Alright, back on the boat.
There, we were able to ask him if he wanted to stay here longer. I see he did, so. I will never understand the mysterious screams that happen right here.
No. I really hope Creed doesn't find him in there, though, to be honest with you. We just put him away.
Aye. No, that's exactly the sort of person that Creed would prey on.
Yeah.
Anyone want to drive the boat back? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Oh, I was waiting for everybody else to say something, but if you want me to, I can do it too.
Sure, if you want to.
Okay, give you a break.
Can anyone go back on the VOD to where
So how's everybody doing?
I pulled up the IDs and get me his ID.
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Like the last 4 digits, not the
Long
first
day?
3.
Good day?
Well, I woke up to a million telegrams on the Anon line saying everybody is dying and everything is on fire. But everything seemed to be okay. We were sorting things out at the Strawberry office when Sam's Club decided to come and
Yeah,
throw
that's
Emmett
what I'm
and
thinking it
Tweed's
is.
group,
I just
onto
grabbed their
the steps of the sheriff's office, to which Tibbet found them
so
and
that I can message the bot.
started screaming,
There's no
"Hey, there's a
confusion here.
person on your porch here!" And then we ran and brought Emmett to the office. Sam's Club had dragged him. They roughed him up. They stabbed him. They shot him. He was bleeding profusely from his neck. To which Creed's group came by. They drew all their guns and said, "We're taking him with us."
I just
We
got the
talked
code
him
from the
down,
VOD, so I don't need
explaining
any more,
that,
guys. Thank you.
Emmett needed medical help that they would not be able to provide. They asked Emmett if he wanted to go with us, and Emmett's he couldn't talk, but they said, blink twice if you want to go with them. He blinked. We talked him all down a little bit more. And then they all decided to turn themselves in because they wanted to go in with Emmett.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bagheera. Yeah, Kavanaugh just sent it to me. Let's see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I guess they didn't want to leave one of theirs who was so severely injured by himself in Sisika.
How noble.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Saint Denis.
Bonjour, Monsieur Kavanaugh.
Wait, do what?
It's no Sam's party since they're being charged. I have no idea.
Lanto?
My wagon was stolen.
I thought Noah Rip had it taken care of while you were still at the telegram station, I believe.
He stole my wagon?
No, he had the delivery come take care of it.
That was my wagon.
I'm sure you can
I
get
had to
another
walk
one
all the way
rolling.
fucking back. Fucking dickhead.
I really do not like the rain.
Well, the rain doesn't like you.
Huh. Apparently, once Clara is released, she'll be getting me back my knee. Interesting.
Big day, big day.
Oh yeah, that's right. Movie I mean's coming out in a couple days. Wait, is that tomorrow?
He's already done another one? He just had a premiere like the other day.
How did I miss it?
I've never gone to see one of the movies that they're actually making here. I haven't went to.
Okay, did we send an update or do you want me to? I was sending a telegram back to someone.
Yeah, I wasn't unsure what y'all two were doing, but yeah,
I'll go ahead, I'll send the update.
Okay. Fucking flyers galore.
Is there a newspaper around?
I guarantee only like 2 of these flyers have an article about them.
Do we want to update where we plan on going, or are we just gonna say that we're back?
Well, I plan on going to Blackwater as always.
Okay, agreed.
Sorry, one more time, what was that?
I said agreed.
I see.
But is everybody going to Blackwater, or is it just us two?
I don't think I'm going to be going to Blackwater at the moment.
Okay.
Where do you plan on going with?
Probably over to the office, see what's going on.
Mitchell, I think she's going to the office again.
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me? I said I am going to go over to the office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you answered me when I asked Wes what he was doing. So,
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell who
you
you
on
were
the
asking.
spotlight. And...
Chances we're heading towards Rhodes. Oh, Olivia's with them. Thorne Mitchell West acts. Dropped off Boyd Cassidy. He's elected to spend more time in Sisika for counseling purposes. We have let the marshals know. Howdy.
Howdy.
What? Were you involved in the shootout with Craig and stuff?
I wasn't at the shootout, no.
Okay, I just saw that.
Go ahead.
Nothing, I just saw that that's something that happened earlier today.
So when I woke up, I took maybe an hour and a half off duty. By the time I clocked on, that was all kicking off, so.
Yeah, of course.
And when I got over there, everyone was beyond the point of being able to be an able-bodied, so. Myself, Monroe, Claymore, Madeley, and a cadet rode up toward Embernocte.
He pinky promised he better give those guns back.
Embernocte?
Where the Ranger Tower, wherever it was on that, with the unfortunate fall down the mountain.
Uh-huh.
Heading this way, no.
Aye, Olivia is witted if we're able to.
The whole lot of them are probably wanted. We just don't know which ones.
There's a lot of them, aye, but I don't know the difference. But there's 5 of us. If we can try and wait for them to come into town. That's just trying to get anyone at the house there is sort of not easy.
No, it's not.
I really don't want to have to fucking go through and charge the entire family with this James Kelly shit, because none of them
you
are
see
gonna
the
give us any
telegram?
information. Either that, or they're gonna say it was one guy and give us a fall person.
Oh, for the thing that happened at the Vistia. Or has
Was
there
it the
been
Bestia?
more?
I think there was something out at Twin Rocks, right?
That was connected. That was. So from what we understand is James, Kelly, and a group came down here to the Bastille, and they started holding up and robbing a bunch of the DiCenzos and affiliates, and also maybe Flood. And then James Kelly fled out west. We found him at Twin Rocks, along with Nate Casey, Lottie Davis.
Yeah, that whole situation.
Luke, Rebecca. That whole situation where Chevalier and Maple got down in the desert and we had to go find him. Aye.
I thought you said meatball.
Meatball.
So it sounds like you're saying meatball.
I will say.
Yeah, I heard meatball as well.
Whenever we do handle that situation with them, try to avoid mentioning Flood at all, if you can.
No, I agree, because they're very vindictive towards anyone who might want to even consider giving any sort of information.
Right.
It's almost as if Saffron's been doing this for a while, Thorn.
If we weren't so good at our jobs would be so much easier. Like, if we were able to just go up to the DiCenzos and be like, hey, James Kelly ratted y'all out, and then they just, like, take care of James Kelly.
It doesn't work out that way.
Yeah, I know it doesn't.
Speaking of Flood, still needs to be questioned about that. If he'll say anything.
What you got?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm just over here grabbing a new medical bag.
Yeah, were you just talking about the whole James Kelly to change the situation that he still needs to be talked about?
Aye.
I believe he's already talked with, right? Type thing.
Oh, then no one has updated his warrant for questioning.
So the reasoning is because he came to me with some pretty sensitive information. I will update based off of what I can tell. That's not going to get him incriminated, but there's been a lot of issues with leaking sensitive information recently. A lot of folks have been coming to us really mad because some deputies have been leaking stuff, so we're trying to keep some of these things a little bit more tight to the chest right now. But in terms of Flood, we got 3 of the folks that took him hostage. It was to be used against more than likely the DiCenzos. The only reason that anybody was able to pin Flood down there, I think, was because Zheng Wei told Maple that he saw him. Flood was not aware of this, but he's very cautious right now, and he is very sure that they're going to be coming after him, especially if they find out that, we learned about the situation.
Aye. Well, what I was going to ask is, were any of the people who were identified part of the group that was found with Kelly down in the desert?
James Kelly, Tuesday Low, or Tuesday Low,
Aye.
it's supposed to be pronounced.
Aye, that one was shouted out.
And Elias Boone.
Alright, he wasn't down there. Interesting. So he must have split off completely from that group.
Right. We have to be a little careful with Boone in that instance, because if nobody else saw him, then it implicates Flood directly.
No, I understand how these things work. Then I'll update Flood's thing so that no one goes and tries to track him down for this.
Perfect. Okay. Sounds good.
Everything alright?
Were we doing anything with the DiCenzos stuff? Were we waiting here to see if they're coming here, or?
They're probably already at the house. I was trying to suggest that because then we could have ridden out and seen if we could catch them before they get to it, but...
Gotcha, okay. Let me see what they're doing.
What were we saying earlier?
I don't know. I'm sorry. What did I say to you?
We were just talking about the shootout and everything like that.
Oh, I was just curious.
Yeah, I just had to finish writing up the wanted report for Sam and Craig.
Wait, what are they wanted for?
Vigilantism, assault,
Oh.
assault and battery, and assault with deadly.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was riding into Strawberry after they, like, moments after they dropped off Emmett of Creed's Grove.
Alright.
But, I did speak with Clara.
I got your telegram.
The DiCenzos responded in Saint Denis by CeeLo and Chevalier.
Chevalier.
Yeah, that one.
Alright, we trained.
What's her first name?
Mine?
Sylvie.
Oh,
Sylvie. Oh, that's much easier to say.
Chevalier.
Yeah, you can say it 85 times. That's not change anything.
You could try with a French accent. Chevalier.
What makes you think I could do a French accent?
Come on, bust it
I don't
out.
know. I believe in you. That's what.
We're waiting.
Shiva.
We should probably go.
Ugh. You're a weakling.
What? No, I just can't. I can't say it.
Right, I can't do a French accent either if it
You
matters.
can't even say
with that
maple. You were
being
saying
said-
meatball.
I was
so-
saying maple.
With that being said, there is CeeLo and Sylvie already here. So how many do we have?
Could you take me to the stable?
Right. Grab Rip's horse.
Yeah, if I have to drop out, then it is what it is.
It's like to drop out. Or acting like I've never done investigations before.
Wait, what happened?
No, I'm just very irritated. I'm just very irritated. See what they decided with numbers. Alright, what's decided with numbers? And where are Elo and Chevalier?
Well, they sent that tip really recently, so they're probably over near the telegram station. I think CeeLo may have also gotten injured today, but I am not sure. Rip, do you know if he did?
He was shot up. Yeah.
Alright, then he'll
So it's probably just us.
I'll go over towards the telegrams then. Is that west without a horse? I think it was. Howdy. Whoa. Alright, there you two are. We've got CeeLo, you were shot up earlier today, eh?
Yeah, that's why I'm just walking.
Okay, Chevalier, are you going to try and join us in this?
In what?
You saw the DiCenzos in town, eh?
We did.
I think they just went to the manor. There are a whole bunch of...
I'm not sure, but Thorn, Kavanaugh, West, Riley and I are here.
I can come if you need a sec.
Maybe come out, see what the seniors are wanting to do. And alright, I've got Chevalier.
Perfect.
Get your horse.
Oh, hold on.
I can't ride, so...
Oh, alright, sorry, I'm thinking...
It's all good, it's all good.
Do we know what happened to Wes Mitchell?
The West? He was just getting his horse. Maybe he went towards the telegram station. I'll go see if that's where Rip and him ended up, and then I'll come right back. Every time I see a horse on a roof, I have the urge to call it Roach. Riley? West? Where on earth did they go? Okay, really? I said I'd be right back. Really? Seriously? Seriously? Are you kidding me? Did you find them? Alright. I said I'd be back, but...
Alright, yeah, let's go somewhere and let's... Stop.
That's really annoying, I'm sure.
You said you saw the telegram?
I did. I thought I responded to it, but I might not have.
That's all good. Yeah, once, because Clara's gonna be gone for martial sentence, so.
I just wondered what's inspiring this apparent change in heart.
Yeah, what change in heart?
Oh, just regarding Creed's crew.
I see. Alright, so obviously DiCenzos are spotted somewhere here. The only one that we know is wanted is Olivia, correct?
Well, Danny, and unless they just did an arrest on him, there's a large group of them that are wanted.
Yeah, I'm just saying the only individuals that we know
Oh, that we know for sure.
For certain. Yeah, then outside of that, we know that, once again, there is a large group who are wanted that we will not have the names for. And it is going to be an absolute nightmare trying to get anything out. I'm just prefacing that now. So whatever group we find, ideally the brothers, we bring them in, try to talk sense. And if worse comes to worse, if any leaders of a gang do not give us the information, we are permitted to essentially charge the entirety of the gang with said crimes, which would be ever so far from ideal with the sheer size of the DiCenzos. So obviously, grab them, try to get them to come into office for questioning. Let them know that they are being detained if they put up much of a fight, and split them up, grab statements. Obviously, as soon as we get into the office, if you don't know about the reports, read through the reports, make sure you have your information before going into question. Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so you said that you last saw them at the Yale pawn shop, just north of here?
They went to the pawn shop and then they came to the telephone office. They might have gone back. I do not know.
Gotcha. So they're probably at their house. If I had to take a game.
Got a good chance.
Yeah, wherever they are, they're going to be together. Not going to be split up or nothing like that. So
I will say the group was very large, and it is possible that there might be more than 6 present.
I see. That's good. We'll deal with that when we deal with that.
Okay.
Alright. To the house then.
Okie dokie. I'll take up the rear.
A super great rapport with the DiCenzos. That would like to handle the conversations. If not, I have a pretty decent one I can do.
If you believe that you've got a decent one, that's probably a good idea for you to handle it.
Yeah, for a long time. Alright. We'll just keep going slow. Keep your eyes out. We got them. Passing by on
I can barely hear you, Wayne. I'm not hearing you, actually.
Yeah, I don't hear him at all.
Alright, and Tabitha doesn't hear you at all.
That's what people are supposed to pass things back for. But I was just saying, keep it slow. Keep your eyes out. We don't know where they are.
Okay, something about keeping it slow and keeping your eyes out.
Yeah, he said keep it slow, so we don't pass him on accident.
Okay, alright. I'm in my
Keep
head.
it safe, keep it slow. Lift.
What are y'all doing in town for?
What are y'all doing in town for? What are y'all digging in town for? Hmm?
Did they say something?
They asked what we were all doing in town. Eric?
They're saying, what are you doing in town for?
Yeah, of course you do, Eric. Of course you do.
Any other ideas for places you want to check? Or before we just do a general patrol through Sanctity around the outskirts?
Maybe around I Market, Doyle's, like that. Maybe the Bastille.
Loop back around. Pull to the Bastille last. Because it's center town.
So this is Saint Denis, not Van Horn. There, this is a Wendy's. That's the kind of energy that has. Hope your night's going well. It's going better now that it's cooling off. I took my doggy to the beach and she didn't get cold water tail today. I'm so proud of her. She was doing such good swimming, and she was swimming way out in the water to get her stick, and she was sort of listening. She got chased around by a Labrador. I told her, haha, that's what you get for chasing that Labrador around. And then little Chewbacca, or Cashew, just went and hip checked, well, shoulder checked this Labrador for chasing Cinder. He was the golden bullet protecting Cinder. He's a good boy. Like, I don't know what is with Cashew, but he's got this energy where big dogs just, like, listen to him. He didn't even have to bark at them. He just is there. He exists. And they're like, wow, he's fearless. I should be concerned. Are there horses outside the market? That right there? You see that? That that Criollo there? That's Danny. It looks like Danny's. One of the wides.
Okay.
So
Yeah, we'll loop around back and going from there. Actually, a shit ton of hitching posts on the side street over here.
Oh, sorry. That's
Who
what's
are
that
we
might
missing?
be. West, just right down
There
there.
he is. That's them. That's them. Do we want to pursue?
especially at this point, they're gonna know something's up.
And they are definitely
They're splitting up.
plain eluding. And they're going out the road there. Going towards the swamps. Going into Lock Key. It's crossing Sheriff Department. Is there any particular reason that you're running? No, you're gonna keep running. Okay. Did everyone find us here? Watch out, there's dynamite at the front of this camp. Danny, stop fleeing. Danny, stop fleeing. That's crossing Sheriff Department. Stop the horses. Stop the horses now. Alright, we are gonna start shooting the horses if you don't stop. Stop running. Stop running.
Stop running.
Stop running. We'll put that horse down.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, get after him.
Yep.
Get after him. I got crowded. Okay. We going into the speakeasy?
They kept riding?
Aye, they kept riding. They took off.
Towards roads?
I think up through the trees, maybe. Hard to tell.
Was that you firing or them?
That was me firing warning shots. They all circled into Lackey there, and then the ones who knew they were it started taking off. But where they went, pretty hard to tell. You see them?
I saw a horse fleeing from this area.
Aye, alright. So spread through the woods here. Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. They might go to roads and try and get more fresh horses or something.
Possibly.
Especially if they're fleeing their horses away.
Kavanaugh's speaking with one of them right now.
Kavanaugh's speaking with one now?
One, yeah.
Back in Lackey?
Yeah.
Alright, maybe we should go back him up then.
Yep.
Where'd Thorn go?
To the south.
Okay, there's West. Where's Thorn?
There's someone over here to the south a little bit.
Nothing over here from what I can tell.
Alright, apparently Kavanaugh is speaking to them alone,
Alright.
and Lucky, we should probably go back him up.
Yeah. Here comes Wayne.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Alright, is everything good?
Alright, we
we're
just
all good.
lost them all.
Alright, where's Rip and West?
We're all here.
I think Wes just had a headache.
Okay.
Aye, he was right with us.
I talked with Sonny. I let him know the exact situation that's going on. He said he will be gathering everybody up. Olivia is with them. I just had him list off everybody that is with. It's him, Cesare, Oliver, Olivia, and a man named Oscar.
I'm pretty sure that one of those that we was chasing was maybe Danny or something like that. Whoever it was, they certainly weren't about to stop. So they've got to be one of the wanteds.
I heard shots fired. I was a distance away. What happened there?
I told them to stop running or we'd start putting down the horse. Gave them a warning shot over the heads. Was very close to them. They weren't responding, so started trying to hit the horse. But that's about when they all got away too.
Yeah, see. Yeah, Santino was being very cooperative with myself, and he was swearing up and down. He never heard any kind of call out. Didn't know who the hell was chasing him. But yeah,
the individual that was being chased
might have
split on
been
from the rest of them.
I might have
Yeah,
been
I mean,
true
that's
for him, but for the others, that's not the case.
Yeah, fair enough.
We didn't get close enough for him to actually do call-outs until it was the back endsman who split off. They did get
fair enough.
call-outs.
Okay. Yeah. Santino was saying that he'll gather everybody up, bring them back to the sheriff's office so we can have this conversation.
In Saint Denis, or?
Oh yeah, Santino sheriff's office. Yeah, so we just need to grab a West and head back there and wait. And
I'm sure Santino will claim that he was tactically riding away, just like Cesare was tactically walking away from us when we went to arrest him.
Did you see where West disappeared for a moment?
He would have been
Chipotle?
right
just
up
up to
along
you.
this rock wall here.
Great.
There's a
Okay.
cemetery. Aye, here's this horse. Aye, it was by a cemetery. Oh, there he is.
alright. Back to the sheriff's office.
And I'll take up the rear, y'all.
I'll just hit the road over here to the right. Go down this little hill.
Oh my head. I'm so sorry, Chevalier.
I just saw my life flash before my eyes.
Very understandable. Yeah, that's exactly why they're not folk, is because they know that's what gets them shot down quicker.
Mitchell, I know you took a little tumbleweed, alright?
I am alright. That was one of those situations where we're trying to communicate and they're just dead silent and fleeing.
Yeah, we got pretty close and we didn't hear anything from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Crypt, it's a thing that wanted people often do. They just don't say anything while they flee. They're trying to avoid being all possible ways of being identified.
Rider, watch out.
Rider incoming.
Firing this.
Rider.
Rip, Mitchell, and West, do y'all want to go check out the pawn shop and see if Klaus is there? And to see if there's any kind of information left behind of what they were doing there?
No.
Sure.
Hey, kind of live.
Sorry, we're going over to the pawn shop, eh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
I keep having really bad headaches, sorry.
Yeah, it's
You're
fine.
okay. I'll just stay behind for you.
I just don't ride directly behind me. That's... Don't do it.
Unless you have a death wish.
Left. There's hitches here. Doesn't appear that anyone's here. Check the basement.
Let's keep an eye out for any crates.
My. Oh. Alright, doesn't appear to be anyone down here either. All of them had crates. Remember that?
I think I recall seeing them, yeah.
Aye.
Yeah, quite a few of them did.
Aye, they did.
They're heading toward them, of course.
They were. That's generally where people are going when they set off in that direction out of town. I don't know if they were already just planning on going that way or if they saw us going into town and decided to make a break for it.
They scrambled pretty hard, so I doubt that was their planned route.
Well, they all cut into Lackey because it's defensible. And they tried to have the wetted one slip out the back, but that's who we followed. Right, let's head back towards the office. Fella in the road there.
Reading the newspaper?
Huh?
The one reading the newspaper or something else?
No, there's someone crossing the street right in front of me. There was no one and nothing there.
See, maybe they're just having a little meeting then. We're trying to find. Oh wait, did you pull it up?
I am pulling all of the stuff and all the wanted reports for the ones that are
Okay.
currently wanted to the top for you.
As far as I understand, most of the wanteds down are from the Fort Mercer shootout against the Catlin gang. We don't know exactly what went on down there, but we had lots of reports of gunfire from there, and Sheriff Rabbit wanted all the DiCenzos that we saw coming back up from the desert charged. Oliver has already been charged for his involvement in that because he was brought in incapacitated by another party. I think from what we understand, we think that the Cattlemen shot them all down and then took Oliver somewhere and tortured him. But of course, no one's
They robbed him of his glass eye.
They robbed him of pretty much everything, as far as it
Jesus
seems.
Christ. All right, so then we need to find out about the Fort Mercer shootout. We need to find out about the Twin Rocks incident with James Kelly.
Well, they had. I don't think that they were there at Twin Rocks. It would have been whatever happened here in Bastille.
In terms of them and James, that would have been last night? The night before?
I think it was the night before.
Yes.
Well, I don't think anything happened in the Bastille, right?
What?
Or am I mistaken?
No, there was a
That
big
was a huge shootout.
Aye, there's a big shootout.
Okay, never mind. I was mistaken.
The problem is, there had been nothing happening here in town, and I think some stuff started happening. Oh, we were gonna go chase some rubber, and we sent telegrams saying we're leaving, and then pretty much as soon as we left, there's telegrams saying shots fired, Saint Denis. So Law just missed that situation.
I see.
Yes, we thought,
I was just reading the wrong report. That's yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which report is the Bastille one. I'm looking through it right now. The only thing I can see is Tuzilo's a wanted report that has a little summary about the telegram. So if anybody knows the actual name of it, let me know.
Saint Denis situation. St. Denis situation. So St. Denis situation. Probably clarify that title. I'll push it to the top here.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you. It says work in progress. Is there anything else you need to add to it?
It was just a very large, confusing situation. I'm going to change the title and push it to the top.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's now Bastille shootout, DiCenzos / Kelly gang.
I have some extra details I might be able to put into that. Let me see if it has everything.
Aye, if you can, that'd be...
Okay.
Howdy, Oliver.
Hi.
Hi. You know where everybody else is?
No idea. What was that all about?
Yeah, so I had talked with Santino a little bit, and I was open and honest and saying that a large group of, the DiCenzo organization is currently wanted for question for a handful of events which have happened recently. We were attempting to, chit-chat with you. I'm sure Mitchell can explain the escalation which has happened near the end there.
Oh, wait, So there were several who are wanted, and we were trying to get them to stop, calling out to them. When they refused to stop, didn't respond to us, fired a warning shot after giving a warning that I would be doing so, and then tried to target their horses.
Yeah, we didn't hear any of that.
Were you one of the ones being pursued through the orange field?
I was running. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought you were one of any number of people.
The ones who we were talking to would have heard that. Whoever was riding the Criollo, the white, nearly white Criollo.
I don't know horses. I'm sorry.
Nearly white horse with orangey brown patches on it.
Just, I don't. Is that?
Who
this
all,
isn't me.
Yeah, no, I get it.
This isn't me like criticizing you or anything, but is that how it's done? If you're in a chase with somebody, you just shoot their horse immediately?
We gave them
No,
plenty of
we gave them no.
I'm just asking.
No, that's not how it's done. We gave them many warnings before we started, and then fired a warning shot.
And they were actively trying to evade by using
they
the
were
fences to jump
actively
over.
evading.
And
So we do have a very
Okay.
clear line of escalation, and we followed it.
Yeah, you gotta understand from an outside point of view, it straight up just looked like you started blasting on.
Aye, well, you weren't close to the people who we were talking to and firing at.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know you were law. That's why I was running.
Well, we did call out Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. We'd several
Yeah, y'all
people
had
and
quite the
Lucky.
lead, but
Aye. Well, I'm talking about because I caught up with them as they
Yeah,
turned
yeah,
into
yeah, at the
Lucky.
end there.
Mm-hmm. So the people at the back there would have heard. The people who was pursuing the orange field should have heard. At least the one on the white horse.
Well,
And that is the one who
okay.
was targeted.
Is she okay?
I don't think I hit them.
That's good.
Well, I hope that they're okay. But they should certainly be seeking out law to figure out what was happening if they truly don't know who was firing at them and trying to get them to stop. Then I would hope that they would make a report to the nearest sheriff's office, and then we could string together all these events and figure out what's happening.
I'm saying I didn't know. I'm not saying anybody else.
I know, I'm talking about them.
Okay. All right. Well, I just, wanted to check and see what the fuck that was all about. When I heard it was law, I was like,
were you
I'm
just
not
coming in
running,
like
so-
on your own then?
Yeah, if you can go check. There's nobody else.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because I had just talked with Santino, and he said that he would usher people this way, so I don't know if he talked to you already.
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah, fair enough. I know he's looking for the scattered remnants of the little chase, so.
Yeah, you sort of threw a magnifying glass in the middle of that ant pile, didn't you?
Yeah, you could say that. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah, a decent group of you are currently one for question. Do you mind telling me who all you guys were with during the little excursion which had just taken place?
I do, unfortunately.
Life is pain. You make life so painful.
I
over.
know. Nothing I can do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is Oliver one of the ones that we're needing to talk to? I was in the middle of trying to look through all the
No,
reports.
I do not believe so.
I shouldn't be. I've already served.
No, he's already served for the one situation.
That's why I figured I could come down here is because I've already
fair
been
enough.
arrested.
Fair enough then. Do you have any other questions for us then, Oliver, while you're here?
No, I really, when I heard it was law, I was like, all right, I want to see why they shot then. But that was it. That was the only question I had.
All right, fair enough.
When a fugitive is running and they're not responding to commands, that's sort of the only option we have left.
Fair, and I won't pretend, just like you don't understand how I do things, I don't understand how you do things, so I won't pretend to. But, whatever works for you, I'm not judging you, just asking.
And it's pretty easy to understand when numerous times you've been given a warning to stop fleeing. It would, I'd say from myself over to the cell on the left there. When I'm shouting, a person that far can definitely hear.
Oh, okay.
So, and considering the maneuvers they were taking, they were definitely trying to evade. So
I'm only going based off what I heard and saw myself.
Which is fair enough. But I do actually appreciate you coming down to try to clarify everything. It's a lot more than most people would do. Most people would just spin some fucking tail and...
Nash and Hearst going to New Austin for routine patrol, exploring routes and lookouts. Thorn and Kavanaugh never made it to Blackwater. An update.
Nah, I know how it goes.
All right. Well, see you later then.
Enjoy.
I'm gonna go down and send an update. For us, Cash and Hearst are going down to New Austin, and they noted that they didn't hear from you two since the last I heard was you're going to Blackwater. We'll go let them know what's happening.
Perfect.
Oh,
Thank you.
You want, take one or two others with you?
West or Rep, you want to come? Whoever's not busy.
I think Rip is already coming.
All right.
I'm finished with all my paperwork, so.
Yeah, people would have heard Saf loud and clear. Here's from Rip's point of view. Yeah. No, it's... Everybody pretends like they can't hear when they're being chased. It gets very annoying. Ow!
Oh. Die.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Bandage. Whistle for the horse. And...
Oh, there she is.
I just heard a vague scream outside. I was like,
I
okay,
heard, I'm gonna
that's
die,
good.
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
Okay.
Are you alright?
You nearly killed me, Rip.
I waited for you to get on your horse, and then when I
No,
whistled,
yours came flying and mauled me.
if it's worth anything, Clyde's been running me over every time as well.
Well, he's especially gonna run into me when he's between me and you whistle
I
for
thought you were on
him.
your horse. I waited.
No, my health was so low,
Wait for you to
guys.
get on and
No, I understand. It just didn't work out that way.
I'm sorry.
No, Tide slammed Hephaestus out of the way and then trampled me. Heidi. Checking in. I've been around to see much of you lately, but want to make sure you're alright. Hope all's... Aww! I want to talk to Cash! All right. Wait, Cashron or
I
Rip
don't
Ross?
expect them to show up here.
What?
Do you wanna... I don't expect DiCenzos to show up here.
No, I don't either. Do you want a what?
I was gonna ask if you want to stick around Saint Denis or move.
We'll see what if they think that they need us down here. We could try going out west, join Hearst and Cash. Oh my head. I'm pretty sure Cash, unless that has changed, was dating Abigail Jones. Plus, I don't think Cash would see Saffron that way. Then again, I just assume that everybody hates Saffron until they tell me otherwise. That's how I have learned to feel about people in real life. They hate you unless they tell you otherwise. Usually true. Wink. There you go. Alright, I've got a strong feeling that they're not going to be coming back over here, but then again, they might. Do you want everyone here, or should some of us head out to spread a wee bit? Cash and Hearst went down out west.
Yeah, we could probably spread a bit. Yeah, I'll stay behind. Deal with this. Whoever wishes to leave, King.
Riley and I will start heading out west.
I was thinking about resting. Riding like that hurts my leg a little.
Are you doing okay?
I'm okay. It just it is not bleeding. It is just a little red. I'm going to perhaps finish the report and then lay down.
For the future, Sylvie, if you ever light duty where you have an injury like that, you should not be going on any kind of patrols.
Okay.
With the rare exception
if I was a crim,
of
Eric?
someone's life actively being in very serious danger.
I did not realize it would go out of the city. I was told to stay within the city and that I should be okay. I was not aware that it would go off like that. Yes, I thought it would just be within...
Yeah, just for the future, if you are on light duty, that's something you should try to make aware. Everybody, if a chase breaks out, I'm not going to be able to partake in that.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Thank you.
All right, let's start heading out then.
I might have to. Actually, no, I'm going to. We also rest because.
Fine.
Okay.
Hey.
Are you two fine here if they start showing up, or do you want us to hang around?
Nah, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we can always just send a telegram if we need backup.
All right, I will keep an eye.
Yeah, I'll take care.
All right, ride safe, y'all.
Let's check the tip lane and roads and send a tip from there. So sick of these criminals who just say nothing as you chase them.
Yeah, the distance we were at, shouting at them. Hell, even just talking a little bit louder, they would have heard us.
I know. I made sure that whoever I was firing at there had ample opportunity to hear me. I called out to them repeatedly before firing a warning shot, and they just kept silently fleeing. Not even a cry of "don't shoot." That's bizarre.
Yeah, we'll get them. Maybe just a matter of time, but...
Man, if you're a crim, what do you mean by that, Eric? My frustration with the DiCenzos is it's hard to tell who's who. And they're very insular, so there's not too many opportunities to begin to learn who's who.
Yeah.
You know, they sit in that house all day and then they ride out in forest and they're not friendly if you do try and speak with them.
I'd say the one I mostly know is Oliver.
Aye, Oliver and Cesare, I could pick them out. Danny's pretty distinctive looking. I ate it because Rip was right there and it caused my horse to crash in that stupid fence.
Just when they're all wearing similar attire and
Exactly.
it's kind of blurs together.
Mm-hmm. That's frustrating. Okay, Eric.
Other than that, how's your day been?
It's been okay, I suppose. Just getting fed up with Thor and acting like she's, you know... I don't know, can. She's so special now with her title. Gotta tell me about keeping information secret and, you know, close to the chest. As if I've not done that sort of stuff before.
As if you haven't been a deputy for longer?
As if I haven't been a deputy for like 6 months at this point. Much longer than her. I check the tip line. Good night, thank you for the follow.
Howdy.
Yeah, I'll send a tap saying that we're headed towards Blackwater and we'll try and meet up if Cash and Hearst are still out in the west.
Alright.
Alright.
That nearly went south.
What happened?
Tide wanted to jump right on top of the fence. Such an evil laugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tide trampled me.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know Wallace? Cool.
New Deputy Wallace?
No.
Wallace Station?
Yeah, the pathway up to Hanging Dog. We were riding up there, and you know there's a little signpost?
Okay.
I try to go to the left of it.
Right.
As we are, Tide's like, I want to go right.
Mm.
Smack my face right off the sign.
Pretty funny. Listen, you had to have thought it's funny, otherwise you wouldn't have told me about it. Trying to make me feel better about being trampled by the beast.
It got you to laugh now.
Not hard to do though, in all fairness.
Wasn't it you that said laughter is good for the soul?
Oh, yes. Joyful heart is good medicine. Ah, my head. Ah, my head again.
still interested in doing that hunting up in the snow?
Aye, although I'm not sure if tonight will be
No.
the night.
Whenever you're up for it.
Aye. That's just one thing that's so frustrating, as I've had so many times, or I've had people bring me information, you know, that they want kept fairly quiet. Every single time, and it's been many times, I've got to go through a senior, go through a sheriff for it. I've done that so many times.
And she was treating it like it was your first time ever?
Well, like I didn't even understand the concept or something. I don't know. Going, oh, we've had a lot of, you know, information get out recently. So we've really got to keep the stuff close to the chest. But he spoke to me personally. That's why there's no information in the paperwork.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but almost like I dealt with the same thing before she was even a senior.
Aye. No, I know. It's infuriating that they promoted her just because she stuck her nose in everyone else's business. Sorry, I'm not usually this.
Oh, sorry.
What are you doing?
Don't tie. Stop.
What are you doing? Were you actually trying to turn there or something?
No, I think your horse saddle may have been kind of pulled towards mine.
Oh, really? Alright, I'll get him sorted in Blackwater.
Not like that though. It's more. You know, sometimes you find a couple of pieces of metal that like to stick together. It's
Okay.
like that was happening, but with a horse. No other way to explain it.
Uh-huh.
So I was sticking to the right, and you just right over to me.
No, I was trying to keep to the left and you were riding up alongside me.
To stick to the right.
I know, and I was trying to stick to the left and you were coming up beside me and preventing me from going left. Left. Probably something like that. Let's see if they've updated. Oh, okay. Saints Crossing Sheriff Department. Anyone inside this room? Better put your hands up if you're in here. Alright, it's clear at least. The door was completely unlocked.
Lovely. Anything been taking out the crates? Oh, this one's empty.
Damon Valentine, Wallaby, Goldie, Missy in town. Goldie must have been treated for minor injuries. Oh. Okay, let's send a telegram saying that we're going down to Armadillo. Because Hearst and Cash still haven't updated.
Oh, yeah. I see your telegram here.
Alright, I'll set that out.
You asked what the change of heart was?
Aye, for the...
The gun.
Just sort of wondering out loud. I don't pretend to understand groups of people like that.
Or why they handed themselves in.
Uh-huh. I mean, the whole entire thing, you know, they take my gun, and now, oh, when I get out of Sisika, I'll give it to you. You know, that sort of thing.
So, when describing why they took the gun, it was they can't necessarily go into towns because they get run out of towns, so they had to take provisions. And try to word it like you handed it over willingly, even though I...
No, I did not at all.
But, no, I struck up a deal. Well, Clara asked where the location of Cass's gemstone is. Now, I know vaguely where it is. I know it's in Big Valley, and I know it's north of Pronghorn, but I can't give a specific, this exact spot on the map kind of a thing. But she was willing to take that, and in exchange, if I told her where, she'd give me the gun.
Alright.
Now, she is looking at martial time, so...
It'll
it's
be
not gonna
quite some time, aye.
But it's something, though, right?
Sure. Cute that they try to, you know, we're just so poor and ran out of time. We just needed Mitchell's gun. We explained the situation to her, and, you know, she understood and handed it over so that we could have weapons to go kidnapping and torturing other people.
I said, kidnapping someone and holding them under duress is not willingly handing something over.
No, they took it out of my holster. I did not hand it over. It was that, whatever the name, can't even remember. The
Never
sniffer.
too late?
No, the sniffer is the
Oh.
one who took it from me.
Gotcha.
Got a name that begins with a TH.
Terrence?
Terrence! Not a TH, but aye, Terrence, that's it. I was trying to think, it's a T name, but it's a soft name. You know, like, you don't expect someone named Terrence to go around killing people, you know? Come on. There's certain names that just, they sound softer, you know?
If you're talking about the same individual I saw in the cell, I can definitely see the quote-unquote softer nature.
I'm literally just talking about the name. The name comes off to me as being a softer name.
Oh. Terrible Terrence.
It's like the name Ian. You'd never expect someone named Ian to be a violent or something like that. Alright, Rip, I'm gonna go down into the canyon. Please stay behind me, like a good distance.
Yeah, well, no thing.
I'm serious. Don't ride next to me.
I'm staying behind you to your rear.
That is why, like, stay really well behind. Sharp, sharp, sharp left. He rides too close on a consistent basis. Please tell me he didn't, like, yeet himself off a cliff. I was about to turn around and make sure you hadn't gone flying off a cliff.
No, I'm staying behind. I'm keeping distance.
Aye, good. Thank you.
I understand you don't trust me when it comes to riding kite.
I've had certain experiences, Rip. Namely, you keep on hurting yourself out in the desert too.
Okay.
Uh-huh, you can't deny that one, can you?
You don't know what happened, right? I dodged and avoided and also succeeded in overpassing multiple little cliffs.
Sure.
It was just on the third and final
I was just on the large one that I shouldn't have gone down at all.
No, it was the third one. It wasn't even that tall, and just Tide was like, whee!
Uh-huh. Right. Okay, there we are. He crashed. He might have crashed. Huh. Sure, Cash and Hearst are just having a wonderful, slow ride through the desert. He definitely crashed over there. Are you okay? Are you okay? What? What?
I need a moment.
Wait. What happened?
You know the sound I made? The
Wait.
wee?
Uh-huh.
Ty did the exact same noise after me.
What?
You telling me you didn't hear that?
How do you make the wee sound?
But then a moment after I stopped, Ty did the exact same thing.
Okay, I think that the desert heat is getting to that ginger head of yours.
Okay. I feel like you're a little bit more ginger than I am.
Oh, how so?
I mean, you got longer hair.
Okay.
Us more ginger.
Not quite sure if that's how it works.
Let me hitch up.
Aye.
Do I have to keep distance here as well?
Yeah, baby, make him a cake or something.
No, Rep.
Howdy.
Howdy.
If it isn't you.
If it isn't who, me or him?
You like
You
no
figure it out.
badge girl.
Only badge girl.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Right. I've got a badge.
Yeah. Is it just you two out here?
Alright, where are you wanting to know?
Wait. Okay, let me put it this way. If it is just you two out here, don't go to Tumbleweed.
Why?
Or do, you know, it's a gamble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's I don't know, a full gang of Red Hoods and Summers gangs too, and there's a lot of people out in Tumbleweed right
Rip,
now.
we need to
So
get to
just,
Tumbleweed right now. There's still no tip. We need to go check the tip line one more time. I'm gonna go send a tip about We need a scout. Yep, this is bad. This means Cash and Hearst could be having... It's probably the Summers gang and the bloody hoods.
How many did you see down there?
What?
You're not proposing we're going down there right now.
I'm saying we go scout at least. At the cliffs overhead.
What was, do you recall the last telegram from Cash or Hearst?
It was a while ago. You'd have to look at the tip line though.
I just checked and there was nothing new. Nobody, other than, Tabitha and Kavanaugh going over to Blackwater.
Okay. Oh, good. Good. All right. There you are. Did you two go to Tumbleweed?
No. Why?
Oh. I'm so glad you didn't. Hang on. Let me send a tap.
And saves us here.
Aye.
Effie and... Was that Nash? Mitchell?
Aye, but keep your voice down about that.
Not Fox. Shaw.
Shaw.
Wait. Stupid TeamSpeak. I hate TeamSpeak so much. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Okay, what was that about Shaw? That's the last thing I heard was something about Blondie or Shaw.
And Hicks are still wanted.
Aye. Aye, so did Rip tell you about Effie and Nash?
How they came through and said they're playing poker with bloody hoods?
Well, they just stopped us and they said, hey, is it just you two down here? And I said, why do you want to know? I said, well, if it is, then definitely don't go to Tumbleweed. I said, why? Said, well, there's a lot of big dangerous gangs out there, like a full group of bloody hoods. Aye. And I've got a feeling that Summer's gang could be down there too. If a whole convention.
All right. And with your tip, were you requesting backup, or what was the nature of it?
Was hoping to. We were, because we hadn't heard from you for quite some time, we were concerned that you might have gone there. So I sent you in directly in case you were to check your telegrams at Benedict telling you not to go to Tumbleweed. And we were going to go to the cliffs by it and look down, see if we could see anything. Come back. Because there's some good approaches where you can at least look over the town.
Yeah.
Yep. That would be advisable. Maybe we can actually just catch a glimpse of where they start going when they turn in for the night. See where they camp.
Aye, you want to send a tip that we've all grouped and we're going to go try and scout it?
Yeah, we could do that for now.
Aye.
Leave it as a scout mission.
Aye. No, to be clear, Sheriff, our only intent with possibly going out that direction was just to try and check on your status since we hadn't heard from you yet.
Fair enough.
Aye.
Okay. Let's actually head down the south way, maybe, and go by Benedict Point. There's a chance that maybe one or two of them could stray away to send a telegram.
Aye, even solo. Wouldn't that be a nice way to pick up members of the Redwater Company?
Mm-hmm. Although, again, only 3 of them are wanted, right?
Aye. No, because I believe that Shaw and Blondie weren't caught.
And Hicks.
And Hicks, aye.
I know what Blondie looks like. I'm not sure I could really put a name to a face with Hicks and Shaw.
Hicks has hair same colour as Rip's and mine. Gold, sort of shoulder length. He's got a goatee and a moustache and a large nose.
Okay.
Deeper.
Sounds like
Southern
witch.
accent, almost.
All right.
Aye. Hicks
And
has
when you're
a very deep voice. Sort of southern accent.
okay, when you're talking about looking over Tumbleweed, you're talking about the hill just to the east of Tumbleweed.
I believe that is correct. Aye.
Okay.
That was where I was hoping to get advantage. Just see if I spotted you and Hearst's horses in town. If we're being perfectly honest. Because I've known the hoods have had issue with you before, Cash. Never know how they'd respond to just the two of you wandering into their midst.
Yeah, I suppose. I had a meeting with Deadeye Jack yesterday.
Oh,
Actually, should be set to make some kind of deal with them soon.
Did you discuss their list?
Yep, he said that he's done away with the list. He put the list away, he threw it out, burned it up. He's got no list no more.
Right.
He said he's got no qualms with the law at the moment. But obviously, he knows that we will have qualms because he knows that he's going to keep doing what he does, and that we're going to have to keep doing what we do.
I think that several of them were quite surprised and impressed by the fact that we were kind, reasonable folks after we shot them down. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, he did.
Gonna write a little bit more left.
I'll try and write out.
Slightly bitter, I guess, about the hostage situation. And he said that he didn't hold no ill will about it. He didn't like it, but he wasn't going to do nothing. But he couldn't speak for everyone that was involved, and that some of them might be a little angry.
Right. Well, unfortunately, the Hoods sort of did what the Summers gang did. They had a hostage, and that was why we had to press the issue with them. In the Hoods case that day, Rip and I were off duty, injured or late duty if we were to do anything at all. And we saw them take the hostage right in front of us, so we rounded up more deputies and we came out to confront them for it. If they had not taken the hostage, no one would have pursued them or done anything because there was not enough deputies able to handle them.
Right.
Although I really don't know what happened with the negotiations because I couldn't hear what was happening with Thorne and McGregor. Like Riley and Kavanaugh and I were up on the hill, flanked behind them, and we came out when we heard gunshots. I think McGregor said they made too many threats, so he started firing.
I see.
Actually, Hearst, if you just want to move up alongside Rip, then I'll take back. Then
Okay.
when my head hurts, it won't be as treacherous.
Okay, that works.
Thanks.
It's an incredible skill, I'll tell you.
I really wish it's one I didn't have.
Yeah.
As intermittently as it likes to attack.
Slow up. Don't see no horses here.
No.
Alright, so we'll head back and probably head back a little bit east so we can come in from the east on top of that hill.
Aye.
If we go around the west, they might hear us as we ride by town. So just backtrack a little bit and get up on that hill, see if they're still in town.
Wagon.
Mind of the wagon.
I think there's a few wee paths that go up onto that mesa, right over here to the left. This one might be too far apart to actually see from.
If we go up here, this might be too close to town, or is it still? No, it's still a ways, ain't it?
No, so town is right on the other side of this mesa that's directly ahead of us to the northwest.
Yes, what I thought.
Aye. There's a covered bridge is right here, between the plateaus. But I think
yeah.
we can go up a path right here.
Okay, gotta keep it slow and steady then.
We should be able to dismount the horses and go forward on foot.
able to hitch right here.
About finding that soft ground.
There might be some if you get closer to horse. Good group too. Hearst is a really good deputy. Remember, crouching causes headaches.
Yeah.
Can't see no horses from here, can we?
I'm not seeing any movement in the poker room. Anything?
There are a few scattered horses down in town, but not very many. It looks like if they were here, they might have moved off.
Okay. One way to find out for sure.
Is that riding through town?
Well, I wasn't thinking so much riding through town. Skulking into town.
Walking through town is much.
Okay.
We got nightfall now, at least.
Aye, we do.
Maybe
in
the
our
crime
favor.
fog will roll in.
If only.
Doesn't roll in for us, does it?
I love
All right,
cash.
let's. Yeah, I think we walk in there and try to sneak up to the saloon.
Sure.
See if we can hear anything.
All right. We all look very much like law. and
Like deputies, yeah.
we look very much like deputies.
Except for Hearst.
Hearst is like the most passable one of us. Well, actually, this hat is more outlawish. So I'll put on my coat.
There you go,
I
outlaw
feel like I
alley.
still look like a deputy.
If I get my coat and I
Let me see.
take off my signature hat, then perhaps I could be an outlaw. Perhaps. I am wearing all black, you know.
You are wearing all black. Sure.
You are.
All right, let's move.
Alright.
Thing about looking like a deputy is we just have to not be seen.
Mike. No, that coat is even more deputy than before, Riley. You take off the vest, I think.
Yeah. What?
I'm just amused.
You do look
Yep.
like an outlaw with a jacket.
How about it?
Uh-huh. No, if you can take the vest off, it's sort of just it'll give that
Oh.
casual outlaw flair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the problem is I wear my jacket too much. It's too much associated now.
Aye, you look pretty casual now.
Mm.
Aye, you could definitely be your average outlaw now.
Y'all could also take your badges off.
I wasn't sure if we were allowed to do that sometimes.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
I think I remember reading something about us being required to have our badges on when we're on duty.
Well, I will give you a sheriff's exception.
Perfect. Oh, look, he's got
That's
a
for me.
poncho.
There you go.
I almost put on my poncho outfit.
Alright, am I more outlaw or less outlaw with the jacket on?
I think you're more without.
More without? Okay.
All right, but let's go.
Mhm.
We look just fine. Just fine and dandy and everything.
Yeah, it's just crim
I'm going
hair.
to take my horse at least part of the way.
Right?
Okay. Are we just taking horses?
Cash really is the best. He really, really is.
Now, the best way into town might be from the north.
Aye, I know
But that,
which.
because from there, if they're out on the balcony or looking out the windows, they won't see us. I don't
You're
think.
approaching from behind the sleigh at that point.
Mm-hmm. Horses. Just one. Just a local. Alright, but to come in from the north, we gotta go all the way
All
around.
the way around, eh? Yeah, this is one of the tracks I play when I'm doing sneaky stuff.
We could also have...
Hmm?
Maybe since I don't get around so good, I stay lookout up here on this northern ridge.
It's up to you, Sheriff.
Nope, it's too far out the way.
Aye.
I wouldn't be able to come and help if something happened. Go in together. Chances are they ain't there no more anyhow.
Aye.
I'm gonna stop to look at that horse off on the right. What is that? A silver, gray Turkmen, maybe?
I'm not. Oh, way out there. It's looking like it could be. Well. Oh. Aye. It sort of like your Turkmen, maybe.
Yeah.
That light grey.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Horseback.
That was interesting.
Maybe the dust.
Something like that.
Oh my god.
What? Hearst?
There was a ghost rider. Don't worry.
Okay.
Place is haunted.
Like a burnt down school or something over here. There's someone running. Someone just ran this direction.
Yeah, that looked like number 2.
He's the one who's still wanted.
Yep. No way in hell he didn't see us. Is this his horse right here, maybe?
It very much looks like it.
$2,000 Hungarian.
The red saddle stuff on it too.
Maybe they didn't see us.
Maybe they didn't.
No, they're on a rooftop. Y'all seen him up on that rooftop?
Which one?
No, but I saw him run by.
That's just shit luck on timing.
Hmm?
He come running out the back door to fetch his horse right as we're riding up.
Mm-hmm. Local sheriff. I saw turkeys on the roofs.
Yeah, there are turkeys on the roofs. You think that's what I seen?
You might have seen turkeys.
I thought I saw vultures on the roof.
Yeah.
The man walking there is the local sheriff.
I saw him.
If we can get closer, we can look through that window. Right at the table.
The upstairs window?
Yeah, just to the left of the open door.
Yep. I mean, I can't run, so if I get close, I'm stuck. But y'all can go up there and see how close you can get. I do think
Sure.
that they would have seen us, but
I think they didn't see us.
He might not have. They could
no.
have just been completely blind or not caring.
He was probably running out for a wee and didn't see
Yeah.
us.
it looked like I seen bare arms, which number 2 wears a vest with no shirt.
Where did... Okay, Rip is right there.
Oh yeah, there's definitely people at the table.
There's people at the table.
One just got up to try and close that door, I believe.
Oh shit. Let's get out of sight.
Rip, call your horse away from the ridge.
None of this ground is soft enough, damn it.
Far wall here, we should be good.
This.
Yep.
Period. If you don't hitch them, they stand here and scream.
I think the ground is too hard here to hitch. Archer, don't you go over that wall.
Okay. Cash is not giving up. We're being spies.
You think any of them look like
Wearing a vest. Are you thinking Gavin?
You think Gavin's up there? Is that what you said? Right, Summer's just got let out of Sisika. I don't think if he is there that he's probably gonna be laying low for a while.
If you sit just where I'm at.
Wait, who's that?
To the right.
Who's
what?
There's someone right there. Where
Poncho.
dark-haired, poncho, black
yeah,
hat.
yeah, yeah.
Is that James Kelly?
Where?
No.
This
it's
way.
to,
Any idea who that is? Or right in a
would that
way?
have been Shaw?
No, that's not sure. Where'd Cash and Hearst go? They're right there.
Behind us.
Not sure who he was.
No.
Someone with black hair, long black hair and a poncho.
Could be Kelly. Not sure though.
It's not. He wasn't even wearing Kelly's hat. Kelly usually wears one hat.
Okay, I need to go sit on my horse.
All right.
There ain't no way I can just sit here and not go up there and listen. There ain't no way.
You're an old sneak around like bug. You can't control yourself.
Yeah, I can't. You'd have to hold me up at gunpoint.
I also want to go listening, but unfortunately I can't blend in like you can. It's just not possible.
Lord help me.
If you choose to move in, we'll move in but keep a greater distance so that we can monitor if you get found.
People are leaving, I think.
Shh. There's still folks at the table.
Yeah, I just saw one person walk out. I'm not sure.
Aye,
who
well,
it
there
was.
was that person who was hitched up behind this structure right here to the southeast, and he rode off
Yeah.
towards the stables. He might have gone back in town and then also moved.
They're shuffling around.
They're shuffling around.
I think one just came out.
They're looking around with binoculars. They're suspicious. I think they suspect something.
I just wonder about that gentleman just ran over around the back and told him.
He might have. Aye. They're looking this way. Don't move. Saw someone look this way through the window. Where'd Cash go?
Right here.
There's somebody just really close right there on the rat. Probably.
Oh, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't think
Yeah.
he noticed this. just see, I don't think he noticed us.
Where'd Rip go?
He was at that front post. No, he's not. Wait, so I think
What?
I don't think that they know that we're here. Was that fella who was behind that structure and then rode off and stuff? He just walked back up behind the structure again, and I think he lay down to take a nap. Or
Yeah.
Yep,
just
that's
go to sleep.
exactly what it looked like.
Shoot his horse away and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
We are undetected, other than I think they might have gotten a little
whispering.
bit suspicious because they were out on the balcony and looking around, but they looked to the north and they looked to the southeast. They didn't look this direction.
What, Rip?
There's a gentleman to my south.
I think he went to sleep.
I think you went to the bathroom.
Yep.
I thought he was gonna hop the wall right on top of Rip.
Yeah, that's why I pulled my gun out and started flanking.
Oh, they're moving through town. At least that lass with a red shirt, and then shirt fella. Again, I've not seen them look this direction. And now they're punching each other in the middle of the road.
Ooh, smells like an opportunity.
Just to ride up, guns blazing.
Was that what you think this is, Hearst? Are we just gonna
No.
ride in there, guns blazing?
God, no.
I need to sit on my horse again.
You know, it's funny. Oh, she took him down. See, I thought they were about to kiss, and then they started fighting.
Oh, that went two very different directions.
Now she's carrying him back inside.
Good for her.
That local sheriff keeps making his rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd Cash go?
He went to go sit on his horse.
Ooh, the dust is rolling in.
Yeah.
I mean, Cash, if you wait to get closer, it's getting dusty.
True. Okay, maybe I will. What happened? Where'd they go after they knocked each other out? Are they just helping each other out?
It looks like she carried him back towards the saloon, and I can't see him further than that.
Okay. All right, I'll see what I can do.
Yes. So we'll move up, staggered behind you, so that we can sort of keep an eye on things.
I have disadvantage with the sun coming in now in that window.
I think there's somebody on the porch. Inconspicuous jumping over walls.
Sometimes you just can't help it. It's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Wait, it's even more conspicuous on the other side of the wall. At least here they'd see, hey, something was moving over there. Then they'd look and they wouldn't see nothing, right?
I would hope so. I love how everyone gets giggly while sitting where?
On the porch?
No, I
That's
can't
nice
see.
dive.
I can't see anyone on the porch.
Tactical dive.
I like how everyone just gets giggly while doing
pretty
bush
good move.
RP.
Just a rider coming into town. Maybe a local, someone walking that's a local. The approach from here is not great. Someone on the balcony again.
Rip, you okay there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You've taken on Hearst tactics. The flop.
It's a tactical flop.
Mm-hmm. I've seen her tactical flip. I was asking her to remove her giant white hat, and then the Cutman gang rode by, and she just went limp. Perfect.
That was when we were looking over thieves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So much for dust.
I mean, it was starting to roll in, and then now sun's getting high again.
They're in the middle of town by the butchers, it looks like.
Mm.
Yeah.
Water break. There's a water barrel there too.
Yeah.
We're all in the middle of town. We could make a rush for the old sheriff's department, the backside of it, not the jailhouse.
Oh, well, our mission is still the same. We're scouting, we're seeing where they go when they leave.
Mm-hmm.
One on the porch.
Hearing what they had to say would be valuable, but not really worth it if we get discovered.
No. If I have a lot of people there too, it'd probably be really hard to get too close, especially if any of them know you.
Oh, they all know me. I see 2 bloody hoods. One's a woman. 3 bloody hoods. Moving south. Someone else separated, walking back to the saloon.
2 riders coming in.
Looks
Yeah,
like
one's a local, one's a hunter.
One's a hunter, I was gonna say.
Pale Turkman to the far left. Just coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Another local. I think it's a Morgan.
Oh, okay.
See, one of the bloody hoods is hurt. There's a fourth man. That must be Dead-Eye Jack.
That is Todd, the one on the Breton with the hunter. He's still
Okay.
wanted.
Not sure.
I know he was arrested and then he was wanted again. I don't know if he's been arrested since then.
What?
Looked like one of them looked out this way. I think it's Clementine.
Oh, that could be Clementine who's down there. I was seeing a lass running around, sort of red hair. That Clementine had her hair down. She's been hanging out down here no more.
And what's that woman who's a new bloody hood?
Maria Gonzalez.
Yeah, okay. That's
Got
gotta
black
be her.
hair, darker complexion.
Please don't make me talk to her.
That's gotta be her.
Please don't.
Should I whistle for her?
She
No.
really likes Rip's voice.
But don't we all, though?
Not wrong.
Some more than others, though, huh?
No, Maria really likes it.
She's the type of individual if I'm walking through Saint Denis, I'm looking at all the alleyways double, like making sure
Lord.
they're not there.
I only see bloody hoods, though. So if Summer's gang was here, I think they're gone.
Aye. No, it just sounded like there was multiple large groups, and I see Bloody Hoods and I see Todd. And then maybe Clementine was running around too.
Yeah, last I seen her, she was off to the right by the butcher stand or whatever. Yeah, I can't believe that rider who rode up to that little gazebo right next to us.
I can't believe it.
The strangest shit happens when you're doing stuff like this.
Like finding the blindest people in the crossing.
Yeah. I mean, I used to sit in the alleyways in Van Horn, and so many folks would just walk right by me.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably had the ability to look like townsfolk.
Yeah, I would sit on the ground, dress up, look the part.
What is looking the part for Van Horn? Just more black?
Browns, actually.
Oh, okay.
Black caps, ragged
Yep.
top hats. Aye, browns, blues.
Is he crawling into the house?
I think he is trying to get into the crawl space.
Just exploring a little bit, huh? Just trying to be a little worm.
Oh, there's Clementine again.
Yeah, Clementine told me she was coming out to Gap Tooth. Do some mining.
Makes sense.
She looks awful friendly with them bloody hoods, huh?
I feel like she's the type who tries to be friendly with everyone. Or, like,
Do you recognize
cautious.
anybody?
Oh, who's... is that the fellow who came over here and took a nap? No. Gotta be someone else. I don't know who that person is who just walked towards the butcher stand. But no,
Maybe the hunter?
I can't tell. No. The hunter is standing there in the middle of the town on his horse. That's Todd. No, there's another fella who's by the butcher stand. That's not Todd. I don't know where he came from.
I don't see anyone that looks like number 2, though.
All I can tell is that these are bloody hoods based off their masks. Cash, have you ever been doing something like this and then had someone else sneak up behind you?
Sneak up behind me? Catch me unawares? No.
Never. Not once.
There was one time. Why are you saying it like I have?
No, I was just.
You sound a little accusing.
No.
Did you sneak up on me once?
I was literally just asking. Because I feel like you've done this a lot, so I was surprised that no one's ever snuck up behind you.
There was one
Was that a
time
close call?
where I was in my favorite little lookout point, just on the north side of Van Horn.
Oh, I know about this.
And I had my horse.
I
just
recognize
hitched,
this horse.
Off the road a little bit, but not too far out the way, further up north behind me. And I sat there and I watched Summer's gang all ride out on their way to Ansburg to send telegrams or whatnot. And they rode by. They seen my horse and Jack Burton's horse. The two of us were up there. And they seen our horses and they immediately knew that it was my horse. So they stopped. They turned around where they were and they fanned out. And they start just slowly walking back towards Van Horn, straight towards us.
That's terrifying.
So we moved through the bushes onto the opposite side. So we got some like thick cover behind a tree. And they just kept walking straight towards us and walking. I thought, there ain't no way they don't check up here. Because it's nothing but bushes and a tree. But they turned just before the little mound where the tree's on and went down towards the water, thinking that we must have snuck up under the dock or something like that. And they went up that way. And as soon as they did make their way, like mostly along the shore past us, we sprinted back to our horses and took off.
That is very close.
Yeah, they were no more than 5 feet away from me.
I was like, that is Cash and Jack Burton's horse. I told Summers.
I mean, I don't know if they would have done anything other than just say surprise and then rob us, but I was quite scared anyhow.
Surprise! You really think the Summers gang would have just shouted surprise before robbing?
Yep, I do. I do.
Surprise.
Was that Summers
Yeah.
and all the people who are dead now then? Yeah, Holly knew Cash.
And Isabella, I think.
Doctor?
Having a very long cover.
Yeah, the medic Isabella was part of Summer's gang. Although she claimed
Oh, I
that she
didn't know
wasn't.
She wasn't really.
She claimed that she was
a
part
deep
of
associate.
the Jade King's gang or
Crown
whatever, but they
Jewels.
were all one and the same. She still rode with them multiple times, and he thinks that she gave us information, so she thinks that he aims to kill her.
Well, one of his first stunts when he's back in state was to kidnap her and the Jade King and make the Jade King rob a bank in exchange for her life.
Mm-hmm.
Let the Jade King go after catching him, and then went and got Isabella in exchange.
Man, I really wish these folks would move so we could just get on with our lives and go do something else.
Aye, right? They're just standing in one place talking
How
the entire day away.
inconsiderate of them to not fucking leave town so that we can leave.
I know, and the rest of the law is probably getting anxious now.
Yeah,
Oh
we need
my
to.
god, yeah, they probably are.
We need to check in.
Because
We need to ride for
we're
Benedict
just like,
Point.
you know, be cautious because could be dangerous gangs down here, and then the next thing that we send out is going on a scouting mission to this place that we just said is dangerous.
All right, everybody, get ready to follow me, okay? We're just gonna casually sneak our way out of here, okay?
Casually.
Okay,
Casually.
Neat casually. We're gonna casually do it. Okay. Okay. I'm angry.
Okay, so from here,
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
Go down the cliff. And...
yeah, we just
Follow
go
the shadow.
straight back behind the house.
Kicked him.
Sorry, I'm slower than others.
I know it's fine.
I mean, right in the
Oh God.
Ah!
Oh.
Something weird happened there. I'm not quite sure.
And just as long as I don't go on another spirit walk.
Oh no. It's a bug, soul. Hey, how's it going? Did you just witness what happened? Shut up. Wasn't gonna say nothing. I think she hit the bleep button, isn't it? What do you mean, folk? I can't see anything. There's an angle. I sure hope they realize I'm down here. I might be here for a while. I heard a bleep when you coughed. Oh, yeah. Probably. Is that what that is? That bleeps it? I don't hear it. Censor button. Like yeah, I was trying to mute so I didn't cough on you guys. I bleeped on you. Wait, let me see if I can adjust that so I can hear the stupid thing. I sure hope that it can't be heard though if I accidentally hit it in a... Interesting. I think that would be very bad. Just saying. Be very bad. Boy, did they not notice me fly off the cliff? They must not see me go down. I would hope that they would go like, oh, what happened to Hearst's horse? Huh. I don't know how I would make it so I can hear that. Saffron, doing Saffron thing? Okay, shut up. Come down here. So there's a cough button as well as a bleep button. Uh-oh. Okay. There's Rip's horse. Injured because it fell off the cliff.
Jesus, Saffron looks a lot different after that fall.
Oh, what?
You okay? Saffron, we were just talking. Can you hear me? Oh shit, she's over there. Oh,
she's right there.
She was hiding in the bush. I didn't see her. Saffron.
I tried to save Hearst's horse. It didn't go so well.
Shit, I didn't even hear you fall.
No, you want to know what gave it away for me?
Screamed all the way down.
The birds above.
Oh.
Oh. Is there anything? This is where I confess that my medical supplies are on my horse.
I've got, if you want me to get you to your feet.
Should probably go to Benedict. Send it up to
That's fair.
Yeah, that was her source.
I have the medical supplies if you need.
My gun out, just for the show. Allies don't ride with a revolver in hand. They have a shotgun or rifle.
That's true. Yeah. They'd have the pump that they stole off a sheriff in hand.
You want me to go slow?
Oh, just keep on.
How much you reckon she'll be worth? They'll pay us a fortune.
It's too real cash.
I was gonna say that may hit hard to home.
Well, it's worse as they do look more like outlaws now. They're doubled up and riding with rifles out.
That's
That's,
right.
that's what we were saying. Saying
I'm
now
about to
that
shoot
look
my
like we have a
gun in the air.
hostage.
Tide's gonna be all right, right?
Yeah, he was standing actually.
Oh.
I think my horse was just sleeping because that's definitely what he was doing.
I'm trying to keep him one off the cliff. Because both are.
Okay, well you've seen him. He knows that he's getting too cocky. He thinks he can make all these jumps now because he jumped off a roof several times.
Oh, hi. That checks out. Saffron is a hostage they pass off for any outlaw group. Bagheera, get out! Don't talk to me anymore.
We're eating good tonight, fellas.
I hate all of you so.
Woo, doggy, let's go.
I'm just gonna place you there.
Laughing makes all the broken bones hurt better.
Rack is very appropriate.
Alright, this is gonna sting a bit.
My job is done. Back to lurking now. Doesn't look that different from yesterday, right? Thought we already. No, we're even
What for?
having issues with cliffs in the desert.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
I'm just telling you. Was Filthy Casuals? That could be their gang name. Hey, Ava Beats. Hey guys, let me get a shout for Ava Beats. He plays CeeLo, Cleveland Brown, one of the deputies.
You know,
What?
I I'll have to tell you more about it later, but Hyro was the one who told me to look out for birds.
If you're who's falling, will not.
It was when the birds started circling nearby me that I saw you. Alright, take it easy.
Right.
I think you go into it unless you thought you had that.
Yeah, no, I ain't looking for no fights. You alright?
I just a wee bit being dropped.
Okay.
First throws you off a cliff. Also, when you came around the corner, you said, "Boy, Saffron looks a lot different now." Were you looking at the horse and thinking the horse was me? Gosh.
No. No, certainly not. I was it was the bush that made you look different because you were behind it.
Right.
So it was.
I believe you. Alright, all the guns out, so we just look like this new gang called the Filthy Casuals. I like Filthy Casuals better.
Those both have different ring to them. Alright, when I make my gang, I know what I'm gonna call it. Also, that's a rider right there. I'm gonna look.
Gosh, I really hope that you'd never make a gang, because
That must be Todd.
he'd be a terrifying outlaw.
Looked like the same Breton right there. Would I really be a terrifying outlaw?
I think so, eh?
I think the most terrifying part of me being an outlaw is that whatever lawman I'm talking to, I would just know the book better than them, so I'd make them question themselves with every charge they try to put on me.
That's probably true.
Now, don't that just sound like a nightmare?
Oh my god, that might actually be worse in some ways than somebody yelling. Somebody making you look at the book.
Is that a challenge?
I'm pretty sure once I had Speedy trying to come inside the cells and be a lawyer for someone. I was like, no, that's not happening, ever.
Gotta imagine Speedy being a lawyer.
It would be something. I'm not sure what, but it would be something.
You just can't arrest him for that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The law always shoots first.
Hi!
You're doing a pretty good impression of him.
Well, I mean, I have had to listen to him a time or two. Ryder.
Who else have you had to listen to to that degree that you may or may not have picked up vocal imitations of?
Not too many folks these days. I lost track of most of mine. I used to be able to do Sheriff O'Malley pretty good, but I haven't seen him in ages. Sheriff Bishop, who none of you probably ever met. Maybe Saffron.
I've met Bishop. I've punched him in the face a few times trying to hand him coffee. That was when I worked in the general store. You know.
How did he take that?
He laughed.
He probably admired your attitude.
That was back when Senior Deputy Carter was buying cigarettes from me at $10 a piece.
Oh my god.
And then telling everyone that I was overcharging.
And Bishop was a no-nonsense, short and sour kind of sheriff.
I see.
I had that earlier when we were processing Creed. On the journey from Strawberry. You were there for that, Hearst, right?
Left here on the tracks.
Had what?
And Creed was talking with everyone on the wagon. I just couldn't help but, under my breath, mimic him. Deputy.
Oh, please, please, no.
There's some horses here.
There were so many people talking during that I could not tell you who was. You probably said things that people just took as his word.
That Jack Thompson and Luke.
Jack Crow.
Jack Crow.
I think so.
Iron.
Sorry for the interruption. Have y'all seen any groups of deputies or anything come riding by here? All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Anything we can do for you? All right. Well, I can't do that.
Wish I had $1 million to give away.
But y'all
That'd be
have a
convenient.
pleasant- Thank you.
Have a good one.
And there's Todd.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I think that was Jack Thompson and Lewis.
Wait, that was Lewis.
Pretty sure there was a ginger anyways. And it looked like Jack Thompson. So I'd assume Jack Thompson and Lewis.
Would
Could be
Lewis
wrong
be
though.
wearing that? Holy hell.
I don't know.
There's a lot of. I guess the people that left there came into town here.
Oh yeah, that's all the bloody hoods.
Oh, we should, Canyon is the fastest way out of the desert.
Well, they may be aiming to do a stick-up job here.
Do you have water?
You think?
I do. Give me a canteen.
Thank you.
Hey, evening. How y'all doing?
How you doing, Sheriff?
Not too bad, not too bad. I saw your telegram. I didn't really have time to reply. Any luck with that?
I have not made the trip yet. I believe I know where it's at. Were you looking to do that tonight?
If you're around, sure.
All right. I'll send you a telegram if I can get around to it. Otherwise, maybe we put it off until tomorrow.
Sounds good to me.
All right. I'll send you a telegram soon.
What brings y'all out here?
Oh, just looking around. Trying to get a break from the east. You know how it is. The weather out here
I
is so
get it.
peaceful.
It's definitely a change of pace out here in the west.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What y'all been up to tonight?
Just enjoying our freedom, Sheriff. You know,
All right.
having as much of it as we can, you know.
Not create no reasons for us to come after you, I hope.
I would hope not.
Against a good poker game, I don't think so.
Let's see. Any interesting company at this poker game?
Well, we just finished up. I actually took the whole table, so I don't think y'all really want to come in on that.
Oh, very nice. Playing high stakes like that other table in Blackwater, or nah?
Nah, it was nice days.
$60 buy-in, but small blinds, 25 to 50 cents.
See, that's a nice way to play casual poker.
I guess you kind of make your own game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to hold y'all up. If y'all got business, y'all ride safe.
All right. Same to you.
Bye, Saffron.
Bye.
I will check the tip line here too.
Blackwater update. According to Blackwater alone, all is calm, quiet, current scout and Dakota around any updates in Tumbleweed. Let me know if folks need any. West Patrol update. Interview. Nothing major.
Nothing major. Okay. No one was coming out here looking for us?
No, Thorn and Kavanaugh were in Blackwater and they said to let them know if we needed anything. And then there's, seems like a would-be cadet looking for an area. Right?
In Blackwater.
I need to check where it was sent from. Just that he's looking for an interview. He sent his telegram from Riggs, said he can meet wherever's needed. West Elizabeth area. I'll assume he's out at Blackwater or Strawberry or something like that. Looking for the sheriff.
Alrighty. Well, let's make our way back there so y'all can get some fresh horses and maybe rest. I'll wash off all this dust.
Want to go the canyon route?
That's absolutely the fastest way out in Armadillo. I'm looking to put together training for some different shortcuts and routes used by outlaws.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because I realised, I know she's not with the department anymore, but just a few days ago we went through, you know, the shortcut into tall trees from New Austin?
Mm-hmm.
Pavis didn't know that that existed.
Watch out for rocks.
So I think...
You're talking about the waterfall?
Aye, by the waterfall. She didn't know that existed there. So, places like that, I think everyone needs to be aware of.
Yeah, I know the cadets, once they get their badge, and I mean even when they're cadets too, they mentioned that they're not as sure of the fastest routes, so that would be a good way to go through that as well.
Aye. Aye, there's several shortcuts that can really shave a lot of time when you need to get somewhere in a hurry. Obviously not always taking the shortest routes is the best, you know, because they can patrol the main routes, but I'm talking about, you know, when you're like, we're in Blackwater and need to get to Saint Denis now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty good at locking it very quickly.
So this is what the canyon looks like. You're not going to learn nothing just from this one ride through, except if you look and you see all these little ledges and ridges that lead upward. Each one of them can lead to, well, either one of these bridges.
Aye, it's a pretty incredible place.
Taking a sharp right.
I'm glad that I was not leading the horse right there because my headaches were incredible. And then bam, you're at McFarland's. They're quite far. We should just be able to keep moving.
Yep, we're all right.
Well, I guess we can put our badges back on because we're no longer the undercover gang riding in the West.
That's right.
What we said, was it dirty money or filthy casuals?
Is that the patrol name when Cash leaves it?
Just a bunch of filthy casuals.
God.
Maybe that's the way to identify in the department who's the one leading the patrols, is they have to come up with their patrol name.
No, we took the
Then that
same
way,
route
if
through the
anybody
canyon.
that's a criminal is
but
listening in
I
on the
was
department, they're gonna wonder
going full
why the
speed.
hell the department's talking about gangs roaming around searching areas.
Huh. I'm sure that most of the gangs would call me, you know, like Saffron Snitchel or something.
You can't be a snitch if you're not in a gang.
That's not what they see.
Saffron Schnitzel.
I don't think so. No, I went past the camp.
Are y'all trying to think of your own names now for your own patrols?
I don't have one as good as yours.
No, I don't got one either.
I only name myself. Well, I guess you could take the horse. My name and the horse's name.
Tears.
Rip and Tear, Riptide. Asshole horse number 1.
Hearst's worsts.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Have you?
I have, at least once. I think it was more because they were trying, and that was the only thing that they could come up with.
I know, right? Sorry, Daniel.
Kind of stumped them there.
It's painfully accurate though how we did finally become the outlaw gang once we were on only 2 horses.
It's true.
Especially with
Why
me
do they do
draped
that?
over the back.
Yeah.
Are they just lazy?
I think it's a combination of laziness. Some of them went into because they've got to be on the move all the time, right? So if one of them wants a break, they take it on the back of someone else's horse.
They're probably too clumsy to have 6 horses riding everywhere.
That too, they don't ride in formation. Heidi.
Hattie?
First.
That, or maybe they
Therapy.
they know who's the better riders in the group.
That was what was missing.
What was
There
missing?
You go. This bandana.
Oh, I could have done that. No, I can't. Bandana doesn't work for some.
I don't want to rip off my beard.
Yeah, what?
There you go.
I had a nightmare the one time I tried to pull up a bandana. I ripped off my beard.
Oh my god. It's a terrifying nightmare.
I think it was that night after we saw that gentleman in Saint Denis talking about wanting to shave my beard.
I had a dream where Zhang Wei of Taipan was explaining to me the art of intimidation, and I said that you've got to surround your enemies with roast vegetables. I had this image of someone balking at roasted cauliflower.
Oh.
That's the sort of stuff I dream about.
That is
That's a weird bird.
a speedy deer that just rode by. And it was,
Wow.
Oh, Hearst, did you want to go to the stable? Do you need
Do
a
you
horse?
make those noises
I'll
in the
go
rut?
walk over later. It's okay.
My mic wouldn't close. I said, dear, do you make those noises when in rut?
Oh.
I also just realized that I sent a tip in saying that we were okay, but I forgot to send one that we were coming back.
Well, we're back.
So we're
Surprise!
okay.
You're being robbed. I mean, what? Well, that looked like Thorin's horse here.
Yeah.
A. Pruitt. Okay. PK525. PK525. I'll be right back.
Alright.
I'll send in a tip.
Alright. I'm gonna check my.
PK525. PK525.
I used to look it.
Prison Kuniklo 525.
Kneeklo's the only word you could come up for key. Prison.
Personal key.
Personal key. Prison killer. Prison key. Prison key 525. No, for the future deputy. Prison key.
Okay. Okay.
No, my horse is not my horse. I did get your telegram. I think I sent you one back saying, don't go to Tumbleweed. That was some really fun sneaking around in the bushes. That was very, very enjoyable. Wow, my computer is awful tonight. It was a good time hanging out with Cash. You ain't wrong.
Just give me one moment, please.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, I think it's hard to spot us there. Blem's horse, but that's not Blem. That looks like Blem's horse, but you're not Blem, aren't you?
No, I'm Clifford.
Would you borrow Blem's horse?
No, that one is mine.
Oh.
Daddy.
Okay. It just looks a lot
Yeah,
like Blem's.
Very similar manes and everything. No, I've almost hopped on his horse a couple times when we've hitched up next to each other.
Would make sense.
Yeah.
Hey, good first day back on the job for you, eh? Oh, Connor. Sneaky
What if
little
there's still that
raid.
poker game going on since the wagons are still here?
Thanks for the raid, Connor, even though I can't hear.
Looks like it.
Raid train.
Who the hell's looking at us?
Thorn?
Oh.
Hi, look.
need to deposit my $974.
That might be a good idea. I'll deposit my extra 100.
I pulled out a bunch of money because there was a $400 buy-in at the poker table. I got 400 for myself and Hearst here to see if we could socialize a bit with them poker playing foes.
Gotcha, good.
Give me all your money.
Oh, that is
Oh,
not
howdy.
Thorn.
Wait!
Oh.
Howdy, Briar.
Thorn!
Okay, well...
Good, my disguise is working.
You're wearing yellow, not pink.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to be Thorn.
Are you hiding? Are you...
Because I'm gonna go do some bad things and get her fired.
Oh.
Oh.
Kid place. What are y'all doing?
We just formed our own gang out in the desert, and they had me hostage, and it was filthy
Okay.
casuals.
How should I race them?
Well, the gang leader's right there.
I figured. I was hiding from the law, huh, Mr. Cash?
I don't hide anywhere.
You do hide.
I'm standing right here.
He wasn't even masked the entire time. He could have been. He had a bandana around his neck, but he didn't even mask up.
Ah, shit.
Mhm.
There's 3 of you. I can't handle 3 of you.
That's right.
Dang it.
What the hell are you on about your telegrams anyhow?
What do you mean? I ain't seen you since I scared you off, so I'm wondering why you hiding from me.
Scared me off.
Hey,
I don't even know what you were talking about.
that night when I asked you about the blood oath, I ain't seen you since then.
The blood oath.
Yeah, Tumbleweed and have to
Oh.
transfer there.
Okay.
What?
I'm sorry, did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so I think I have a blood oath to Tumbleweed that since I bled there, I have to transfer to there, and I was wondering if that is indeed the case.
I remembered.
And I ain't seen him since.
Yeah, you have to transfer there.
Are you trying
Good
to
luck.
transfer to Tumbleweed?
You don't want to keep.
What?
He don't want to keep me. In fact, maybe I will transfer. Maybe Rabbit will appreciate. Wait, no, they're in San Denis. Fuck. Well, I'll be. Wait,
is that
if-
official
if
transfer then?
No. Maybe. It depends on the next question. If I transfer to Tumbleweed and I am the highest senior lawman there, am I in charge?
Yep.
Really? Okay, I might consider that.
Wow. Wow.
Alright, great.
No, I actually
hate
wouldn't mind being
there.
out in Annisburg if there was more things going on in Annisburg.
Annisburg? Annisburg is a terrible town. It's very grim.
It's a very grim town, aye.
Very just, no one needs to be up there. If you're going to be up there, you got to be mean or Saffron. You're not mean enough to be in Annisburg.
I mean, a lot of the criminals say that I'm mean.
Okay, but I
they're
know
sort of
you.
split. They're either like, wow, Saffron, she's so nice, or wow, Saffron's the worst person ever. I've got to, murder her later. Put her on a list.
Okay, well, maybe you're good enough to be in Annisburg then.
Good.
If
No.
you just
Yeah, act like
just
you've
keep
got a
on pushing
personal. You act like you've got a personal connection to Annisburg.
No, I ain't from there. Only people who have a personal connection to Annisburg is if they're from Annisburg. That place is a mining town that has its own laws. It is a miracle that we have deputies stationed up there, because I'm pretty sure they'd all shoot the deputies as soon as the deputies drew a gun.
You're not wrong.
So, I mean, it's almost as bad as Van Horn, if we're being honest.
I know that's the first place I had to shoot someone in this game.
What?
I took a coal wagon out of Annisburg, and some of the fellows got mad about me climbing the coal wagon, and I ran out of there. Then I found someone laying on the road, and I stopped to help them, and then someone came running out of town from like ages away and started shooting at me, and I had to shoot back.
I say, cold-blooded killer you are.
Were you arrested for this infraction?
Wait, for
This
self-defending?
murder charge?
There's no murder charge.
Oh, really? How about that person lying in the road that you were, trying to help?
I had a
I
family.
can't. No, that was
Is this the
I think it was a fellow
backstory
named Jack
to your
Torres.
gang?
No. Then Jack Torres came by in disguise, and then he wanted me to go help Moxy because she'd been shot in the eye or something. And so I helped stitch her face up, and then I reported to the law that the uninvited were running around after I helped with that situation.
That really look like Thor.
A wee bit.
Damn it. Okay, it's either I look like Thor or I look like Pavis. Okay?
I think you look like Briar.
Thank you. Like a fisherman, you mean?
No.
Oh, I say. You look like, you do lead a gang.
Oh, really?
Black on black on black on black.
Guess
There's a
his
little bit
gang
of white
name.
in your banana. And I like the stripes. What's his
Thank
gang
you.
name?
I said, guess his gang name.
Oh,
It's a really good
so
one.
if the leader is Cash and he's inside the gang, is it the bank gang?
That's the worst of the three so far.
Thank you. I feel accomplished.
That's the
All right,
worst of the three.
What's the names then to choose from since mine's so terrible?
I didn't say it was terrible. It's just you're
The-
up
the
against
worst.
stiff competition.
Okay.
Pretty
All right.
good.
Give me the other names.
Hearst, what was yours again?
What was it? Dirty Money.
Okay, see, mine's on the track.
And no. And then mine was Filthy Casuals.
Okay.
'Cause
Well,
we
mine's
were, we were acting casual. I'd say Tumbleweed.
Huh.
There was nothing casual.
That was the word
about
that
how
came
it
So I'm like between hers and that interesting pun. So I think I am. Are you sure I don't beat casuals?
He coined that term, so I think he's partial to it.
Oh, you would be.
Of
You
course,
would.
Cash would coin something.
Yeah,
Right.
about kind
Oh my lord.
corruption. I mean, he's a gang leader. Look, there's his ominous thunder. That's official.
Right now, I
was
feel like
kinda
you're
hoping
commissioning
I'd get
me
hit
to
by the
murder
lightning.
you.
What? What?
I feel like.
Are
I'm
you
dealing with
afraid
so many
of
puns right
puns?
now.
Yeah.
So you want to see me punished?
Okay.
You weren't on the wagon with James Kelly and Jack Kettleman because they wouldn't shut up the entire time with the goddamn puns.
Lordy, please give me the patience to deal with Saffron today.
Oh,
Thank
please.
You
You love me, Briar.
I'm back on it. I do love you. I love you so much. So much.
You sound so pained saying that.
You know, it's like when you're a mama and your child turned out to be a murderous bank robber. You, know,
What?
you love them, but there's something inside of you that just also wants to strangle him.
Sure, I know that feeling. I guess.
So there's just so many things wrong with that. But you see yourself as my mother somehow, and also me somehow as a murderous bank robber.
I mean, you joined a gang tonight. What,
I did.
Yeah,
your life
I mean,
is just
The second
turning
gang.
out.
It's the second gang I've been
member.
in.
I mean, I thought the Law Gang was a band, but this is even worse.
The Law Gang.
Yeah.
They are the biggest gang in the crossing, after all.
Yep. Bunch of.
At least that's what all the criminals tell me over
Bunch
and
of gang
over and
members with
over
a
again.
badge and a superiority complex.
Oh, aye.
I would never murder my fellow deputy sheriff, I assure you.
And would you also never transfer to Tumbleweed?
I don't think a second transfer would be approved right now. Not that I would, anyhow. I know. I like annoying my sheriffs too much to transfer somewhere that didn't have a sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd have to sit out in the
What if you
desert.
just became the sheriff of? What? What?
Me becoming a sheriff, that's fucking funny.
You know it could happen.
They'd be so desperate. Literally every other deputy would have to die in the department before they consider that.
I don't think it's that bad, Briar.
Uh-huh. Maybe not. maybe there's some others that could survive, and I'd still get picked over.
Which ones?
Wow, look at the weather. It's kind of looks like it might rain. It looks like a storm's a brewing.
The storm's sort of passing by.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of
looks like the storms are passing by.
Did you go by the office earlier?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, sir. I ain't been on duty. I was gonna go
Okay.
hunting while intimidating. Oh shit, there she is.
While intimidating? What?
Well, imitating Storm.
Howdy.
You've got a potential cadet.
Oh,
looking
is he
for
already
you
there?
at the station?
Shoot, I thought I was waiting to see if he'd ride by. Was he up? Okay, thank you.
No worries.
How are you,
Hi,
bloody
twin.
legends?
Heidi.
Hi, how you going?
I was gonna do crime.
I'm doing okay.
Going well.
That's good. That's good.
You know that fella?
Nope. Must just be low.
Interesting. Alright. Trying to decide. Why won't you go to bed?
I need to go get a horse. For no reason in particular.
Listen.
He's loud. I know he is.
He was right on the very edge of the cliff, and I knew that I could get him back off that edge of that cliff. And then he took one step off, and we both went flying. It was just a terrible situation.
He thinks he can make all these jumps now, and I'm getting worried that he's gonna do something.
I'm gonna tell you
and
right
end
now.
up dead.
Show horse as well, then it seems.
I'm gonna tell you right now, he didn't even pretend to try and jump.
No.
He just sort of sagged off the cliff and went limp.
Oh no.
He thought that
That's even worse. He's putting me to shame. I love him, but he's a beautiful idiot.
I'm gonna get water. Is that one of the bloody hoods? Like the red-headed one? Saul?
Hey, going to you, mate.
No. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
I think it's one of the bloody hoods and guys. Or out of disguise.
Have a lovely day.
Might as well.
Yeah, have a good night.
I feel like that's one of the bloody hoods unmasked.
Oh yeah? What makes you say that?
The way he looks, the way he sounds. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I'll check the office one more time, but then I'll probably go to bed.
Sorry about
Oh, you're
that. Yeah, I'm
fine.
tired. I'm tired.
First time I mentioned the Hounds, a lost subgroup, I think. Who's in that group? Wright, Monroe, Charlie Branch, now Rip, Shaw. I think that's everyone. Wright, Monroe. Yeah, Kai. That's one I was missing.
And working security. What skills did you use that made you half decent at those jobs?
Our security is making everyone
Oh, is that
intimidated
that rage
by
guy?
your presence alone. I understand more intimidating you are to folks, the less likely they are to try anything. That was real handy on the railroad. It didn't stop everyone, mind you. Some folks are just too stupid to be stopped sometimes. But, well, that's where the guns came into play, I suppose. I'd say I'm a pretty half-decent shot. More so than half-decent, actually, without bragging. Never really had an issue in any kind of scuffles with other folks.
Okay.
Senior deputies are supposed to sit in on
Now, what do you
these
think
when they
is
can't humble.
the most important sort of thing that a lawman has to do when it comes to work?
Well, honestly, Sheriff, in my experience, the most important thing a lawman can do is listen and watch.
All right, what are you listening and watching for?
Anything and everything. A lot of folks don't really pay attention to who's watching them, who's listening in on their conversations. Oftentimes, it can lead you to revelations you might not have any kind of insight into otherwise.
All right, give me an example.
For one example, okay, I was working the train back in Nevada still. We were running a route between Reno and I forget exactly what station we were heading to next at the time. But we had a couple of folks get on in Reno. Shady looking kind of folks. I was working.
Everything alright in there?
Aye, they're just interviewing a new cadet prospect.
Oh, Cassius.
Aye.
What's on your mind?
Nothing much.
I'll have to, if you're interested, have to, find time for, I've been practicing a little bit.
What, on the barrels?
All that, but guitar and such.
Oh. I did do some practice singing. I wasn't able to peer into my ukulele. Not easy to find.
Singing?
It's not easy to find songs that I can play the ukulele to.
Yeah.
Aye, because then the stuff you got to do with your fingers gets too complicated.
Gotcha. That's fair.
Aye, as I told you, I'm no.
Don't sell yourself short.
I'm just being honest, realistic.
Yeah, well, I was, well, being brutally critical of myself, I suppose.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, that conversation with Hyro I mentioned earlier.
Aye?
It was interesting, to say the least. You know, it's funny. I feel like I've managed to talk with Hyro more than, well, haven't even been able to talk to Michael yet. So feels like it'd be more natural with Hyro. Like with Michael, I'm talking to a doctor.
I tried to talk with. I tried to talk with Michael, but I think he's been busy. He's not been in state as much. Keeps leaving. Makes things difficult.
Would you talk to Hyro?
Then I can. Really sure.
suppose I could try. But I feel like whenever I talk to him, conversation just moves in circles, doesn't really go anywhere. He's nice, but I usually can't wait to get away.
We went on a little bit of a hunt last night.
Why?
We walked down to one of the mountain cliffs that overlook the fort.
Aye.
Wallace.
Aye.
And we killed maybe 2 or 3 packs of wolves, but he was more so wanted me to try and hunt one of the silver foxes. He gave me his rifle, and I managed to get a clean shot on the neck. It was a pristine pelt.
Very nice.
The some of the tribe who work with the pelts and such, they're going to turn them into a couple of satchels for Tide.
Oh, very nice.
And he said if ever any of us want to go up there and talk with him or anything, more than welcome.
Aye, well I can consider it, but who knows?
Well, I don't want to keep you awake.
I've got to get going.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Aye, good to see you. Hopefully we'll we do that hunting trip or something too one of these nights when it's just dead and there's nothing happening, you know?
Yeah.
Don't want to miss out on the fun stuff, you know?
You know, when I woke up today, I took an hour and a half off duty.
Aye, you said you missed everything that happened.
Yeah.
I hate that feeling.
Yeah, well, I guess you could say I got to pick up the pieces, huh?
I feel like that's most of my days, is picking up the pieces.
If you ever want to talk about anything, nothing you can ask.
Of course.
Good night.
It was a lot of fun, too. It was so funny. Let's see. Oh wow, there's a lot of you tonight. Where'd everyone come from? Need to send you off on a raid. Gonna send you guys off to Tilted Sun. It was a raid train, right? Well, we're gonna keep it going. Send you guys off to Tilted. You guys can go give Tilted Sun some love and a follow. Tell him that we are excited for whenever we see their criminal. Alright guys, thank you for the support tonight. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you again probably tomorrow night. Good night.